Okay, welcome everybody to the Area 111 live stream. This is your host RH, coming at you again from the beautiful sunshine state of Florida. And I'm hearing that beautiful echo in the background. Echo, echo, echo. I'm gonna go check over at Rumble, make sure the audio is working there. I'll get in. First, I want to apologize after I get check out Rumble. I'm going to apologize to the community for uh, the train crash last night on this channel. Stand by and I'll explain it in about a minute. Give me about a minute or two. Okay, thank you. Testing, testing, Rumble. Testing, testing, Rumble. Okay, the audio is working fine on Rumble as well as YouTube. So I'm going to start to get into this once I get my display set up. Okay, all right. Let's see. Refresh. Refresh. Okay, so if I lose audio tonight, like I did last night, the people lost about 2 hours and 10 minutes of the audio live stream, and I was being spammed at the time, and I think I might have hit the mute button by accident, and basically, unbeknownst to me, because nobody sent me a comment in the chat or whatever, sent me a comment in the chat, whatever, to say lost audio, whatever. But anyways, that's the reason for it. I was being spammed at the time, and I had to see some people out the door out of the chat. They're causing trouble again, like normal. What's new, right? But hacks, just the regular problems with hacks. But tonight's live stream, I was going to cover this. I believe if I didn't forget last night, uh, I was going to cover the title of the live stream that I put for tonight's live stream or tonight's show. Um, July 4th, foreign object partially takes down U.S. grid. Now, that's not some type of clickbait stuff, that a lot of people do, but I'm not trying to maximize what happened on July 4th in the Hillsborough County and Polk County areas of Florida. Now, Hillsborough County area of Florida that predominantly includes Tampa. Tampa is one of the largest cities. I think Jacksonville is the largest city in Florida. But anyways, at around little after 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, little after 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, um, our power went out, and got a notification from the electric company that basically is responsible for Hillsborough and Polk County areas. Not all of those areas are covered by TECO, but Tampa Electric. So I was notified that the power was out by TECO in our area, and they're working to investigate and restore the power. And apologize for the power going out. Now the power went out for a little over an hour. There was no storms, there was no lightning, there was nothing. I think the squirrels were in their little nest with their little baby squirrels. There was no gnawing on the power lines. By the way, our power lines are underground, so that alleviates the problem with little squirrels, chewing on the lines or whatever. So we're we're basically not immune to attack on our grid, but it's basically our grid is strengthened from attacks. So it was after the power was restored. I got a message from Tico. I got a call, and one of those robot calls. I answered the phone, right? And they said they were apologized for the outage, and the cause of the outage was due to a foreign object in their equipment. Now, I don't know exactly the wording. So, what I am quoting is what Tico, our power company, told me verbatim. The quote is foreign object, and I didn't type in the equipment as far as what caused the outage, but that kind of like got my spidey senses going, if you will, right? Foreign object, what a weasel or what? It was found in their equipment. So I don't know if, as a precaution, they had to shut down our grid. Now we're talking about possibly thousands and thousands of people. They're in the Tampa, St. Petersburg area. There's metropolitan area. There's like over 2 million people that live there. I mean, 2 million was probably 10 years ago. It's probably nearly double that amount now. Of course, we over our population in Florida is now more than New York. I think at one time our population was lower than New York, New York State. Okay, good to see you, Mara. Really appreciate you being here. But yeah, so that was the cause of the outage. Now that was, of course, it didn't take down the whole grid. It took down sections of the grid in one of the biggest cities, or outside the skirts of one of the biggest cities in Florida. So I think Tampa is the second biggest city. I don't know if it's Orlando's pretty far up there, but I know Jacksonville is the biggest city in Florida. At least it used to be. I know Miami. Miami might be second place over Tampa, but I'm not really sure. I haven't looked at that in a long time. But again, that's what the official cause of the partial grid shutdown on July 4th of this year, just a few days ago, was a foreign object was found in their equipment. Okay, that was the cause of the outage, the partial cause of the grid going down in the United States of America. Yes, okay, I'm not trying to hype it up, but Florida, in case people don't know, is part of the Union. We're part of the fifth. We got a star on that flag. We're part of the United States of America. Okay, so that is a partial grid takedown or disruption due to a foreign object. Now, I don't know if that's being further investigated or not. I don't know if it's a possible. We're talking about um, human aliens, foreign places, or the enemy inside the wire or whatever, probing our grid to see how they can take it down and how effective they are in taking down our grid. So I'm probably the first one to tell you, and you've heard this many times before, our grid has not been hardened. Now I do know in the first term of President Trump's administration, um, he was talking, but they were talking about strengthening our grid in case of foreign attacks or whatever, or um, the enemy inside the wire. So I don't want to harp too much on that, but it's to me, I'm watching stuff like this very closely. And if you came in over on Rumble, and this is the first time on this live stream, you've never heard, I'll just give you a little quick background again. Um, just a quick background of who I am. Okay, I've been a, what do you call it? I'm on social media, of course. I've started a YouTube live stream about 4 or 5 years ago, and I was taken down because they didn't like my free speech. They didn't like me talking about, cautioning people not to put something in their bodies that they don't even know what it is. You know what I mean? And I won't go into all the specifics. I'm tired of arguing with knuckleheads. You know, but I spent 21 years in the United States Air Force. I retired honorably. My retirement certificate was signed by George W. Bush, whether you like George W. Bush or not. Okay. And, uh, and I'm a decorated veteran. I'm not a highly decorated veteran. I won't go into all the details. This is not about RH, but I've been retired from active duty, honorably retired from active duty 24 years, going on 25 years. So RH is just a normal civilian, just like the rest of everybody else, that serves as first responder, law enforcement, and the executive branch of government, or serves in the U.S. Armed Forces, whatever, whatever your job is, you're in the public sector, you're working in the government. I'm I'm in the private sector now. I'm retired, active duty. So, and basically that's a little short scoop of my background. So I do have background working in NORAD and uh, and NATO. I've worked in command and control positions. I worked in managerial positions. Not a short time while I was in the military. I was in charge of. I was supervised tracking teams and that kind of thing. I was a tracking technician. So, like I said, I won't go through the full history of my, career. I'm just trying to give y'all a little bit of a glimpse into RH's life, and I'm out there like y'all trying to survive just like everybody else. I don't think I'm special or whatever. I'm not trying to embellish my career with falsehoods or science fiction and any of that stuff. If you don't believe what I have to say, you don't have to believe it. You can move on. That's the great thing about America. You can change the channel. But I suggest people, if you want to hear certain things that you never heard before in a different perspective from a military man that retired from the Air Force, uh, this is one of the channels to go to. Now, don't don't let the small amount of viewers or subscribers to this channel deter you from listening to channels like this in our community. Now, I'm a conservative. I'm a Christian conservative. I supported President Trump. I continue to support President Trump. If you don't like that, I can't help you there either. But he is our president. Okay? Whether we like it or not, there's certain president, I won't go into it, that I didn't really care for. We put up with him. We didn't start a criminal conspiracy and start all these falsehoods and libel, slandering the man and all that stuff of the former president or presidents plural, you know, and try to permanently silence him or throw him in prison. That's another way to permanently silence him. You know, use your imagination what I'm talking about. We wasn't part of that. But what we will do is we will bring up corruption, criminal corruption of former government officials in all three branches. And there's a lot of it. A lot of it. And a lot of that is not being exposed properly, in my opinion. So, anyways, I I lost over an hour, and I think it was about 2 hours and 10 minutes of the live stream last night. And I apologize for I might have hit the mute button myself. And if I did, it was by accident. But at that same time that I lost the channel, I was talking about preempting, how you preempt the channel, right? So let me go back and clarify something. As far as the small amount of viewers that's on this channel, I have over 100,000 executive. Is that a test or what? Test of my intelligence? Legislative, judicial, and executive branch of government. I guess that's what you're referring to. But anyways, yeah, just, I don't mind people posting in chat, but please don't spam it. I'll show you out the door. So, anyways, be respectful to everyone in the chat and this host. Okay. So while I try to concentrate on the content of the show tonight. Okay. So, I've just discussed where I was from tonight. If you listened, okay. So, anyways, the place card holder video. So, in case people don't know, um, I put a place card holder video. Now, the place card holder video on Rumble that shows up before I start the live stream. Stand by. All right. I'm just asking again, please don't spam the channel in the chat. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I understand. Okay. I'm gonna say this again for people, and I'm going to try to concentrate on the content of the live stream tonight. So if you want to be funny, whatever, that's fine too. I like humor. I really do like comedy. I do. I was trying to talk about some serious things that happened to our grid and on July 4th, and I'm going to talk about certain things. So my overall take, when you're talking about extraterrestrials or non-extraterrestrials, extraterrestrials being from another stellar system or whatever, star system, whatever, solar system, whatever, outside of our solar system, and another solar system, whatever, based on the entire universe and all the galaxies and all the stars and all the stuff and all the planets, and you have it. I do believe there's life other than our own in our universe. So people don't believe that. They want to try to put God in a box and say, okay, God can only create mankind. That's all he did, and the animals and all that stuff and the trees and the vegetation and everything else, the seas and the oceans and the lakes and the rivers and the mountains and everything else. So if you don't believe that God has the capability or the power to create life on the other planets and other star systems, hey, you have a right to your opinion. That's fine. You're welcome here. But let's all please be respectful and please don't spam the chat. Okay. So, but you can go ahead and talk about what you like, but, anyways, just be respectful to everybody else, to include the host. And we can carry on. So again, I'm going to mention this. Now, if you're into science fiction, okay, I've talked about like Independence Day. I've talked about that the last couple days ago. Uh, I think the live stream is titled Independence Day. Okay, so there's a lot of us that believe there's technology out there that was here before, maybe put here by the fallen angels or whatever, you know, or the sons of God that basically revolted or started a rebellion. It's about a third of the angels in heaven that started a rebellion with God, and they were kicked out of heaven. And I do believe they're here on earth, and they're made in our image too. God made a man and woman in our image. If they're made in God's image too and likeness, those specific angels, the fallen ones, then they could be amongst us and we wouldn't even know who they are. Now, for people that claim that they were born by alien parents, extraterrestrial parents, not from planet Earth, hey, you want to believe that, dude or dudette? Hey, go at it. I'm not going to personally attack you, whatever, because you believe in something like that. No, I think it's kind of humor, some of it, like in the movie Independence Day. By the way, if you want to go watch the Independence Day, you can watch it free. Now, I'm not promoting Tubi, Tubi. It's a application you can put uh, like a application. I don't know what you call it exactly, but it's like you can watch movies and I think like TV shows and that kind of thing on Tubi. And if you go click on Tubi, bring Tubi up, you can click on the search bar Independence Day, and you can click on that and watch the movie in its entirety with ads. Okay. The ads are kind of like a little bit annoying sometimes. They have a lot of them, but just bear with it. But you're getting to see the movie for free. That's the main thing, right? Also, Independence Day Resurgence. That movie is also on Tubi, and you can basically click on the search of hourglass or what the search eyeglass, whatever, and type in. You don't even have to type in Independence Day Resurgence, right? You just have to type in Independence Day, and that newer form of that movie will come up right next to it, and you can either click on either one of them or click on one and watch it to its entirety, and then go back and click on it. Independence Day Resurgence. Now, remember the guy in there, the crop duster that claimed that he was kidnapped by aliens and they experimented on him. And part of the comedy in the movie was that, people scoffed at him. But when that mothership came down, right, they all want to join along with them, right? Like the Simon Parks and all this stuff. I don't have time for that. I don't have time for that. You can believe whatever you want to. I'm not going to personally attack anybody for what they believe. So believe me, I've seen things that I can't explain that are not, in my opinion, humanly possible. Now, people can cite that as endorphins. Okay, that happens every now and then. And, people lifting up cars off of other people. And I don't know, doing some I've seen individuals do stuff that I never ever thought they could do. And I'll just leave it at that. Let's just look at the strongman contest. Go look at the strongman contest and look at some of these feats that they make. Yeah, I don't worship other gods, so I don't know where that came from. So if you're worried about RH worshiping other gods, you don't have to worry, believe me. So I don't know. There's a lot of superstitions out there, and you know, what do they call the fallen angels? The fallen angels, the ones that were kicked out of heaven. Remember, one of the reasons why they were kicked out, they were accusing our brethren night and day of things they weren't doing. Night and day, that's all they had to do is falsely accuse the brethren uh, of wrongdoing. And that's one of the you read the book of Revelation, you're going to see that in the Bible. And a lot of things I don't talk about. I don't start read. I've read scripture many times on this channel. I've read Matthew chapter 24 because I do believe it's in chronological order, and it talks about the latter days or the end days in Matthew 24. But I'm not here to take the Bible out of context. So, anyways, and I'm not here to preach at anyone. Okay, I'm here to preach with a choir. I'm here to preach with the choir, not you know judging people that might be of a different affiliation, as far as Christianity goes. Whatever. I'm not here to judge others. But I do not worship other gods. I don't worship men or women as gods either. I don't worship the flag. I honor the flag. I don't worship this current president. He's our president. I recognize he's the president of the United States, dual hat, president of the United States and commander in chief. So I don't want to really go down that road any further. So if you go back and you click on a lot of the live streams I have, and some, I'll admit, when I got deplatformed and they took my voice away multiple times on YouTube, where it shows now, I only have like 15,000 views on all the live streams I did. Well, guess what? After YouTube, I went over and I started a channel on Rumble. My channel on Rumble is Area, capital AREA, the numbers 111. So when you go to Rumble, you type on the search bar, click on the channel button, and type in capital A, lowercase r, lowercase e, lowercase a, the numbers 111 without the space. Click enter. You'll see an avatar picture pop up. It's got the blue background and a capital letter A in white. That's my channel. So I have over 300 subscribers now. I lost a lot of subscribers because they started to shadow ban this channel even over on Rumble. Now, since I started up Rumble, and even when they took down some of the shows, I still have over 100,000 views. So 100,000 views of my live streams on Rumble, and there's only 15,000 on YouTube. A little over 15,000, over 100,000 views on Rumble. So this is not a mega channel, but it's not a small channel. So yeah, I haven't been able to build up because they're still shadow banning this channel, especially on YouTube. At the height of the channel over on Rumble, I was having thousands of viewers for single live streams, and I was progressing towards like over 1 million followers on Rumble, and to be a mega platform with over 1 million followers. But they ensured that I couldn't. So the reason, the tactic is disinformation, right? Disinformation. They had the brown shirts in full force going out there, shutting down channels, reporting to their Gestapo chiefs, whatever, channels like mine that have free speech to basically try to explain some things, to explain people that have never served in our military, for example, and explaining precedents when it comes to informed consent. which is a requirement, and you can't basically use experimental drugs on the men and women in uniform without providing informed consent, which tells you what's in there and what the side effects or effects could be of that experimental drug that you're going to take. But even after the informed consent and them explaining to you the possible side effects, they have to volunteer for it. Okay, they have to volunteer for it. That precedent was set 2 years after I retired from active duty. There was a DoD contractors who worked in the same facility that I worked in that formed a class action lawsuit about the anthrax jab. Okay, so the anthrax jab, and I've talked about this before on my channel in case you don't know, and I'm people are leaving now, right? So I'm losing the followers. There was like 10 or 20, whatever, now it dropped down to 2. So that's when I start to get into facts, that's where they go in, they'll report as disinformation, and they'll start covertly censoring not only my channel, but I've seen them do it other channels too as well. They're still doing it. They still have the psychological warfare operation full speed ahead, talking everything they can drum up or try to throw up against the wall to see if it sticks against President Trump. All you have to do is listen to the Mockingbird media. 99% of everything, or 90% of everything they say, I think President Trump said 93% of everything they say is negative towards President Trump and this administration. So anyways, back to that, setting the precedents. The DoD contractors, when they formed that lawsuit against the compulsory anthrax jab, they basically won in court. The judge, the federal judge that ruled in that case for the DoD contractors, and they won their lawsuit, basically stated, and anybody can look this up. You can Google search it if you want to. Fact check me, please. Fact check RH, because RH believes in extraterrestrials and UFOs, unidentified flying discs, and all that stuff. Go ahead, report the channel, go for it. And I think they're going to basically get too big for their britches, and they're going to be taken down. Okay, so I mean, they're going to be held accountable. And one of those ways is lawsuits. We got some pretty we call them heavy hitters in the military. We got some very big heavy hitters on our side that support releasing the truth and, to inform everybody. Some of that stuff, yeah, granted. So if I was read into any of those programs, I wouldn't even be talking about them right now. But I wasn't. I'm just a civilian that does a lot of research. That's all. That's who I am. You can take this information from this channel and make it your own. But anyways, you can Google search this. Emmett Sullivan, remember, I think he graduated with Barack Obama, the federal judge, right? Emmett Sullivan, he ruled in favor of the DoD contractors that the military could not use experimental drugs on the men and women in uniform without informed consent. He basically stated in his ruling, the men and women in uniform are not guinea pigs. Remember the Tuskegee Airmen? I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Remember what they were doing with them? Tuskegee Airmen, right? Remember how they were experimenting on them illegally without informed consent, without their permission, without them volunteering? So there's precedent in what I'm saying. This is factual, but they don't care. Those Democrats, whatever, libtards, whatever, people that they don't like people like myself and people in our community they'll go out there and do anything against us. I'll give you an example. If you want to read the communist, socialist, rainbow, let's see, Rainbow and Lightning Gang, go read Bill Ayers' Communist Socialist Manifesto that he planned to have released in the New York Times in advance of September 11, 2001. Go read it for yourself. It's up in the archives of the New York Times. Don't believe a word RH says. Just go out there and read it. And you're going to find out that based on the Communist Socialist Manifesto and the Rainbow and the Lightning, right, you're going to see some of the policies like fundamentally transforming America. That was a policy, a domestic and foreign policy of Barack Hussein Obama and the globalists. Okay? The attacks on people like that read the King James Bible, the King James Authorized Bible. You know where that attacks came from? The accusations that King James was a bugger. That was King James we're talking about that helped charter or whatever or commission the translation of the ancient Hebrew manuscripts and the ancient Greek manuscripts to make the English speaking and reading, understanding, comprehension people of this planet to understand the Greek manuscripts, the Old Testament and the New Testament through the English translation. So, buggery back in those days during King James' rule was a capital crime worthy of death. I won't get into it any further than that. But where did those rumors really start to take hold? It started to take hold when they started to come out with it NIV, right? New International Version. The communists and the socialists, one of the things they do, they'll burn Bibles. They'll burn Bibles. They'll prevent you from teaching Christianity, preaching about Christianity. Iran is one of those places right now. There's people in our country that vehemently hate us. They think that we should have no police at all, defund the police, no, following any commandment at all. There are anarchists, willing to start chaos and trouble wherever they go, riot, physically assault people they don't like. They vehemently hate us, literally, a lot of these people. And, but anyways, in that communist, socialist, rainbow flag, and lightning manifesto that Bill Ayers basically planned with the New York Times to be released at dark 30 before the first plane hit the first tower on September 11, 2001. The title of that article in the New York Times was "No Regrets for the Love of Explosives, Memoir of Sorts." You see, the people out there that are fighting against us, the communists and, the socialist and the rainbow flag. And the reason why I'm talking about the rainbow flag, if you go in to read that Communist Manifesto, Bill Ayers basically stated in that manifesto that he was at war with monogamous relationships. Monogamous relationships. So where have we heard that statement before put forth using different words? Remember what they believe? What they believe was to destroy the Western nucleus cell of the family. In other words, to disrupt the Western nucleus cell of the family. If you go into Bill Ayers' communist, socialist, rainbow flag, and lightning, which is the symbol, the rainbow flag and the lightning is the symbol of the Weather Underground. That leader of the Weather Underground, they were responsible for conspiring to blow up government buildings, blow up police stations. So what did we see during the Summer of Love? What did we see during the Summer of Love? Setting a fire, damaging, vandalizing police cars, basically setting fire to police precinct buildings, and it still goes on to this day, right? I want to remind people of Article 4, Section 4 of the United States Constitution, which gives the President of the United States and the Commander-in-Chief as dual hat constitutional authority to do away or stop domestic violence or stop an invasion into our country. Domestic violence, which could also include a civil war, a socialist communist takeover of the United States of America, which was their intent, in my opinion, during the invasion that they directed into our country, because the overall majority of people coming into our country illegally through that invasion that they directed came from prominently socialist, communist countries, or they were affiliated, there were foreigners that were affiliated or belonged to communist organizations or socialist organizations. Now, I'd like to remind people during the Cold War, the name of the Soviet Union, Union Socialist Soviet Union, Republic, Union Socialist Soviet Republic. Let's say that again. Well, I thought the Russians were communists. They're both. They're socialist and communist. It's a socialist and communist system. Okay? And you'll start to see that rear its ugly head when they start shutting down churches like they did in Iran. They just shut down one of the oldest Christian churches in Iran. They just shut it down. The IRGC and the Islamic Republic of Iran. They just shut down the oldest church, Protestant church in Iran. Okay? And they're taking people off the streets that are basically preaching, trying to basically get people to become Christians. They're taking them in. Far as the report. Now, if anybody proves this information false, what I'm telling you now, please provide the information in the comment section. The comment section, don't put it in the chat because it will disappear after the live stream is over. So, they are attacking now in Iran the Christians too. After, far as it goes, after they've taken in thousands of protesters that were protesting peacefully without weapons, they basically gunned them down in the streets or falsely imprisoned them just because of them speaking out against the current status of Iran. So there's estimates of over 30,000 people that they just basically murdered because they were out there protesting, going to their homes, dragging them out of their homes and killing them, torturing them. So, from what I understand, if anybody, they're rounding up Christians now in Iran, and they're trying to basically, they're either going to falsely imprison them or torture them or murder them. So now let's go a little bit further. So again, I would like to explain the reason why I object to putting stuff in our bodies, even food that we go eat, without being like there being a label and the ingredients and anything that's in the food that we eat. There's anything foreign, like fox meat. Fox meat is I saw that. I think it's FAUX, fox meat. Okay. We should be informed of everything that we consume. And, people's going to go, oh, it's going to increase the price of our food. But you don't want basically to eat poison or unhealthy stuff that you didn't even know was unhealthy. I remember back in the day, like Campbell's soup, like chunky soup, it was like beef stew. I didn't add water to it. It was like eating beef stew. I'd heat up a can of uh, Campbell's chunky. I think it might have had a different name, but I loved it, man. And Campbell's, for example, I just use it as an example. I'm not trying to pick on Campbell's soup, by the way. Like their chicken noodle soup, you get that stuff right now. It's basically they got a little chicken broth or something mixed in with it. But like the Campbell's chunky soup is just like mostly water now. It's not even like a beef stew. You don't have to add water. They watered it down and they raised the price like twofold, right? So I I I hate to say this, but a lot of that has to do with the the stock prices and the board, the board of directors, whatever these major companies, they only want to see profit margins. They're only interested in profit margins, and some of them, sadly to say, they don't care about the health of American citizens. They'll give you something that you like, and you might become addicted to it because it's got a lot of sugar in it. I think, I think, I think I was addicted to sugar. I was drinking soft drinks, about 4 or 5 of them a day. I mean, my gosh, my sugar level was probably off the chart. But we never had to really go in and check our blood pressure, unless we were, I mean, do our blood check, whatever, get the test done, whatever. Unless I don't, I don't ever remember doing that once a year, even in the military back in the day. Maybe all the foods and everything was a lot healthier back then. We didn't need to check us, but I drank a lot of sodas and I ate a lot of Doritos. Okay, growing up. So, I didn't have a perfect diet. And if I was informed about that as a child a little bit better, we were informed. They had little posters on the wall, in the cafeteria in public schools or whatever I went to. And you saw the 3 groups or whatever. I can't even remember them now, right? But vegetables, I don't know, meat, whatever, I don't know. I can't even remember the 3 groups anymore. I think there's only 3 groups that you had to eat out of those groups. And when I'm going through the line and I'm looking at, they got pizza that day, and I love pizza. You think I was gonna pay attention to that board up there on the wall? You know, no, they might have gave you an alternative, but what do you think the most of the people got? And I can't remember. I remember drinking a lot of milk. We had milk in the cartons and all that stuff. So I'm just talking about stuff as a normal person. I'm a normal person. I'm not an ET. Least I don't know. I mean, who controls our spirit? It's our Heavenly Father, the Most High, who giveth our spirit, right? When that silver cord parts and we go to our long home, okay, When we go to our long home, our spirit returns to our Heavenly Father who gave us this spirit. Okay? Our Heavenly Father, basically, unless people open up to, like somebody said in the chat a little bit earlier, false gods or whatever, and they allow themselves the conditions for demons to possess their spirits or their soul, whatever. Uh, you know, I don't know. First of all, you're not really going to have, in my opinion, true discernment. Discernment is a spiritual gift from God. You're not going to have, in my opinion, a diverse gifts from God or any gift. Maybe unless God wills it. Now, God has taken men and women that aren't perfect. Let's see, what was his name? Paul. What was Paul's name before he became Paul? Uh, that's an example. Okay, God used Paul, right? And maybe that name will come to me a little bit later. If you remember that name, just put it in the chat. Before Paul became, before his name Paul, what was his name? And he worked for the Romans, right? He actually captured Christians and basically brought them back in, or they were inquisitioned or whatever and killed in his former days. But I think he was going towards Damascus or something like that, and he saw a big sword in the sky, and then he converted to Christianity from if my memory serves me correctly. Okay, so anybody can go check that out. Man, I can't believe I forget that. Remember Saul, King Saul? I think that was his name. I think Paul was named Saul. He was actually from the tribe of Benjamin. A lot of people don't know that. No, Judah, um, Jerusalem was basically, the kingdom of Judah was basically the Jews, made up of the Jews, of course, the Samaritans, a little bit, but the two tribes that made up the kingdom of Judah was Benjamin and Judah, the tribe of Benjamin and Judah, and Saul, I believe it was his name before Paul. He's actually from the tribe of Benjamin, so he's part of the Israelite. He's an Israelite. He was an Israelite from the tribe of Benjamin, but he was a Roman citizen, right? Roman citizen. So, anyways, and he used that in his advantage in a lot of things after he converted over to Christianity. Okay, so let me see. I might have got off on the side street there, but I hope you forgive me for that. Testing 1, 2. I'm going to have to occasionally go test, but yeah, they were successful in spamming me last night around 11 p.m. spamming me, where I think that could have caused, it could have caused my channel being muted or whatever. Or I might have inadvertently, trying to counter the spamming, I might have inadvertently hit the mute button on my laptop or whatever you call it. But anyways, let's see here. So again, if you want to go back and research this stuff for yourself, these are the facts I'm basing what I'm telling everybody. You know, And there's a lot of things they're just opinions or theories. Now, we all know that Bill Ayers, let's get back to this. Bill Ayers groomed Barack Obama, and Bill Ayers was a socialist like communist. And it's basically, if you want to prove that, you can go to that communist, socialist, rainbow flag type with the lightning, okay, manifesto that he planned to put out. So this is the thing right here. And this is why I'm going to get attacked, right? The New York Times got that information from Bill Ayers, the leader of a domestic terrorist group of communists and socialists that were trying to take down our country. Remember, one of Barack Obama's main mentors, Frank Marshall Davis, he belonged to the Communist Party USA. Remember, Barack Obama, in my opinion, an opinion not only of mine, but opinion of many, many, many others that have done their own research, we believe that Frank Marshall Davis Jr. or Frank Marshall Davis is the one that helped groom Barack Obama as well as Bill Ayers. Because if you go back and you read Bill Ayers' Communist Socialist Manifesto in the New York Times that he planned to release on September 11, 2001, the title of that manifesto report in the New York Times that was planned in advance, conspired to be printed in advance in the New York Times on September 11, 2001. Now, if they didn't bury that manifesto, I'm pretty sure that members of the Weather Underground that were not imprisoned at that time, immediately after 9/11, I do believe they would be interrogated. Now, I don't know if they interrogated anybody from the Weather Underground or not, but or that was affiliated with communism and or socialism. I don't know if they just stuck with a main story right away and they kept showing, the same story. They flooded the zone with the same story over and over again because basically that's what they were being paid to do. So did the New York Times have advanced knowledge of a possible attack on September 11, 2001? Did they have foreknowledge? Now, remember the history of the Weather Underground. So the title of that article of that Communist Socialist Manifesto again is No Regrets for the Love of Explosives, Memoir of Sorts. Okay. Now, I won't go through all the details, all these details. I suggest people go out there and listen to the videos that Dr. Judy Wood or Woods put out, Dr. Judy Woods, and type in Dr. Judy Wood dustification. Dustification. Now, I do believe that advanced technology was used on taking the towers down on September 11, 2001. Now, a precursor up to September 11, 2001. Okay, and the reason being is from the assessment or theory hypothesis from Dr. Judy Wood. I think she's a doctor of science, of material science, Dr. Judy Wood. Now, she clarified it and showed all the videos of those massive steel beams in those towers when they started to collapse in their own footprint. We could witness, and I witnessed it myself, actual steel beams turning into dust. And that's her theory, dustification. And she called the result that the reason for that, or the result of that, is through direct energy, which she claimed was a technology that they had not released to the public yet. Now, I'm going to bring up this real quick, and it's a shame that there's not more viewers watching this channel. But I'm going to say this again. Did the New York Times have foreknowledge through the Weather Underground leader, a domestic terrorist that was basically helped? I think they bombed the Capitol building. They set a bomb in the Capitol building. They killed police officers. They basically, I think they bombed a police precinct or police facility. You have to go back and look at all the crimes that they were indicted for. But my question is, why did they allow? Were they going to use Bill Ayers as a patsy? I don't know. Was according to there's a congressman out there. I forgot his name now. But he said that basically the Weather Underground people, and I think he even said Bill Ayers, Kurt Weldon, he was a congressional representative, a U.S. representative. Okay, I can't remember. I think he's from the state of Georgia, if I'm not mistaken. But Kurt Weldon put out some information that he believed that the Weather Underground and possibly Bill Ayers was trained by the KGB in explosive demolition training. So remember, now all of these could be coincidences or not, but there seemed like there's a lot of people out there that had a premonition or something like that, or they had information that something big was going to happen on September 11th. If they didn't believe that, why would Bill Ayers adamantly insist that his Communist Manifesto was placed in the New York Times and available at dark 30 at the newspaper stands before the first plane hit the tower? And this is very important. It's very important to listen to good, honest people that were first responders on 9/11. After the planes hit the towers, the plane hit the Pentagon, and we believe that the other plane that basically crashed, whatever it was going to hit the Capitol building or the White House. Just like the Independence Day strike, right? From extraterrestrials. What did they use? Okay, so 1996 movie, okay, directed by, I got his name here, so you can Google search this. Okay, the director of the movie Independence Day is who they called the little Steven Spielberg. His name is Roland Emmerich. Now, Roland Emmerich is of German citizenship, and he's part of the Rainbow Flag Gang. Okay? Rainbow Flag Gang. So, anyways, the manifesto that was put out on September 11th and conspired to be put out on that day was grievances that the socialist, communist, rainbow enlightening community had at the time, and the war protesters. That's the reason why they struck the Pentagon. And also, and I'm going to get feedback. Oh, it was the Saudi Arabian 15 of the 18 hijackers, or how many hijackers there were, the majority were Saudi Arabian. And I won't go down that road right now. I'm just providing the information. You could take the information and maybe you'll formulate a new hypothesis, because this is what it is, a hypothesis. This is a very well educated opinion. Contrary to what a lot of people, so I just lost another viewer. Okay. So I'm going to keep an eye on this live stream to make sure they don't take me down again tonight, or make sure I don't inadvertently hit the mute button by mistake. So anyways, Independence Day was put out in 1996. The director of it, openly rainbow flag, belongs to the rainbow flag community. That's your prerogative. I wouldn't encourage it, but that's your prerogative. You live in America, and it's between two consensual adults. That's your own business, not mine. I don't want to hear about it. So, Roland Emmerich, okay, the director of Independence Day, did he have foreknowledge back in 1996? Remember, it takes a while for them to make these movies, like especially blockbuster movies like Independence Day. He also, Stargate was a great movie. I love that movie. I mean, I support people watching the movie, regardless of the orientation the individual director has. So, anyways, yeah, I'm old school. Should I apologize for that? No, I'm not going to apologize for that. I'm pretty sure most of your parents out there are old school. So, anyways, so why do I keep saying rainbow and the lightning? Well, if Barack Obama was basically mentored by Frank Marshall Davis, who belonged to the Communist Party USA, and he was mentored by Bill Ayers, who's avowed communist and socialist, you can just read it by his grievances that he put in that manifesto, No Regrets for the Love of Explosives, memoir of sorts. Okay? So, now remember, on 9/11, the first responders that went in there and the responders that came out alive, they referred to secondary explosions. They referred to secondary explosions of Building 7, which most people don't even know about. Building 7 was not hit by a plane. But what I firmly believe, that Building 7 was taken down by explosive demolitions. I believe the trade towers were taken down with a little bit of help of the planes, and with explosive demolitions, and with direct energy weapons, based on Dr. Judy Wood assessment as a material scientist, doctor of material science. Okay, so now remember, the reason why communists and socialists would target the trade towers is because it's a symbol of capitalism. The trade towers was a symbol of capitalism, which basically defeated a free market economy of the United States of America. Free as you can get with the unfair trade practices of NAFTA and all that other stuff, and without using measures like Ronald Reagan did when it came to semiconductors or chips or whatever. He put a tariff against Japan for breaking their agreement. their trade agreement. So he put tariffs up in place on Japan because they basically reneged on the trade deal with the semiconductors or chips or whatever. So anybody can go look that up. It's if you go to the Ronald Reagan Museum, that you can find that information from the Ronald Reagan Museum. Tariffs and whatever against Japan. Ronald Reagan's tariffs against Japan. Now, I'm not going to take that out of context. He did not, and he expressed he didn't like tariffs. But in the case of unfair trade practices and us getting ripped off every which way but loose, that's what President Trump is addressing, and rightly so. So we have free and fair trade, especially that us tax-paying citizens have free and fair trade and not being ripped off all, so it can help grow our GDP and pay down that national constitutional and unconstitutional debt of approximately $38 trillion. Okay, so anyways, first responders basically testified that they heard secondary explosions, and you can say, okay, that was the fuel from the planes. It went all the way down the elevator shafts, and you can say everything you want to say. But fires do not take down a steel frame building. At least the outskirts of the steel frame, they might have office fires, but guess what? Building 7 was a 47-story building. Trade Tower 7, you can look it up for yourself. That was taken down by, at minimum, explosive demolitions. I don't think that they used direct energy on Building 7 like they did the towers. Now, see, people are tired of hearing this and they don't believe it, and they've been, listen, I believe the official story myself. On the day 9/11, that morning, I was in the office right across the hallway from the intelligence branch. They were playing CNN on TV in the intelligence branch, which is normal for them to do when anything major happens like that. And we all went across. I went across the hall, and there was starting to be a crowd in that section, in the intelligence section, watching the reruns of the first plane hitting the towers, and then I watched in person when the second plane hit the tower, and I said, we're being attacked, and we need to scramble aircraft, right? Like if it could be a hijack, that used to be one of my jobs. I was a surveillance supervisor, and weapons controller technician. We used to scramble aircraft in far as hijacks go, basically to make sure that the plane, try to communicate with the plane. But what I do believe happened, based on other information, I think that those planes were basically guided remote with a program called uninterrupted autopilot. I do believe they had already the technology of uninterrupted autopilot in the event that if the aircraft was hijacked and started squawking 7,500 is the squawk you use when you're being hijacked. That's what the pilot said in. So to override the pilot, right, and him taking back over the aircraft away from the terrorist or from the hijackers, he could basically prevent them from, and that failed. So with box cutters and all those men and women on that aircraft that struck on those aircraft that struck those two towers and the one that struck the Pentagon, they were successful to entering in the cockpit, and that's part of the true story. And there was a tussle, but they had uninterrupted autopilot on. They slept remotely, or it was already programmed once they basically took off from whatever airport, in my opinion. See, only one viewer. Please share this information. Please share this information. There's more. There's a lot of material support about what I'm saying. Uninterrupted autopilot exists. It's a program that exists that can be basically already fitted in the instrumentation or in the cockpit of, say, for example, something happens and the pilots, they get sick or whatever reason, they are basically what do you call that? Incapacitated, maybe smoke inhalation, whatever the case may be. A fire, being injured, trying to land that plane down safely. Yes, that's a very, very good piece of technology. But guess what? When you're in the habit of selling that technology to foreign hostile nation leadership or scientists, and they take that information and they basically get in there and they compromise the security of that aircraft while it's in maintenance or whatever, and they plant that device, they can automatically set that device before that aircraft or after that aircraft takes off from their place of origin. And I do believe that's what happened. The pilot's fault, the people, or they tried to basically squawk 7,500. From what I understand, they damaged some of those planes. Didn't squawk, or they turned off the squawk, right? So maybe it'll keep them from maybe those pilots, those hijackers. They knew how to turn off or damage that if squawk box where they couldn't squawk adequately 7,500, and we wouldn't have that tracking device to see where they are and what's hostile and what's not hostile, right? So there's 7,500, 7,700 is a general emergency. 7,600 is radio out emergency. 7,500 is the hijack squawk. So if they had the uninterrupted pilot, what do they call it? Uninterrupted pilot, autopilot engaged, the pilot could not do anything anymore. And and based on some of the maneuvers they made, come on, you can't tell me. I was in the Air Force 21 years, and I'm versed into simulators, flight simulators of fighter jet aircraft. I've flown 747s in the pilot simulator, and other people have as well. I haven't flown a 737 or I believe it's 767 on the pilot simulator. I've flown F-18. I've done carrier landing safely, but it took a while. Crash to burn, and a lot of times before I got that down. That's one of the hardest basically things to do for a pilot is to basically conduct carrying landings and taking off from carriers or whatever. That's one of the hardest things to do. So anyways, when people go, whoa, Rich, yeah, you can go get a flight simulator yourself. You'll be amazed at the technology. You can actually fly helicopters. I flew helicopters, you know, flew F-18s, I flew 747s, successfully landed them, you know, wasn't pretty in a lot of instances, but I have successfully landed them. I've actually shared the carrier landings that I successfully landed on the simulator, Microsoft Flight Simulator. Those videos are on my YouTube channel, Area Space 111 or Son of Liberty 111. Now, I didn't get that Son of Liberty from anybody else. I thought it was a cool name. You know, uh, I I use that as a gamer tag, especially when I'm trying to save the Earth from an extraterrestrial hostile invasion on our planet. So got many hours of that too. So that it's just a joke, okay? I'm a regular guy like everybody else out there that are regular people, right? So please share this information. So going back to the simulator, those planes that hit, they took maneuvers that a a in, inexperienced pilot could not make, especially the way they hit that. They hit that like with like a precision guidance system when they hit that the side of that Pentagon, right, especially right where the record section was. And you can use your imagination yourself. Why would they target hitting the Pentagon right exactly at the record section? Well, if there's $2.3 trillion in missing receipts that Donald Rumsfeld alluded to the day before 9/11 publicly of missing receipts and no audit or accountability of it being missing. So when did that money start to become missing? That money start to become missing back in 1996? Did it start to become missing after 1992 when they established the Northern Alliance? I don't know. But personally, I believe there was some, after there was some clues that there was going to be an attack on 9/11. Able Danger, for example, they had, they had information about the hijackers that, you know, that they didn't want out. That was Army intelligence, I think Army intelligence branch or squadron or whatever they call it. There's people out there that work with Tony Shaffer, for example, is one of those guys. You can basically look at his material. I follow Tony Shaffer. Tony Shaffer has followed Kurt Weldon as well. Tony Shaffer used to work for President Trump, I think, as an advisor, and he puts out a lot of good information. So now all this information I'm talking about is not classified. Anybody can Google search it on their own. So don't blame me if I'm going to talk about some type of program that others may or may not have been read into that you deem is sanctified and you can't reveal it to anyone, not even to, never mind, I'm not going to say it because it's derogatory. Not even to your loved ones. Let's just say that, right? You might deem all this information that I'm talking about is it's subjected to top secret technology. And rightly so, it does. A lot of the stuff I see them putting out, like Nukes for NATO, Air and Space Forces magazine. Go check it out. How the the Obama administration, along with the Secretary of State at that time, Hillary Clinton, supported basically spreading the ability to use nuclear weapons technology originating from their country, and even former Soviet Union countries like Ukraine. They were talking about allowing Ukraine to keep nuclear weapons. But guess what? Who was the Union Socialist Soviet Republic premier? Remember Nikita Khrushchev, who allowed the open backdoor communication with President John F. Kennedy to basically help stave off a nuclear holocaust? Remember him? Nikita Khrushchev. Remember the Cuban Missile Crisis, the nuclear standoff between the United States, Cuba, the Cuban Castro regime, and the Union Socialist Soviet Republic? Nikita Khrushchev was a Ukrainian citizen. He was born in Ukraine. Now, he may later on became a Russian citizen, but I don't know. And what's even more interesting when you're looking at this and, being shocked by some of this information, what was the coincidence of the date of the strike of the symbol of capitalism, which defeated the Cold War Soviets, the Cold War communists, and the Cold War socialists? What did that have in common that day, September 11th, 2001? Well, if you go look at the bio of Nikita Khrushchev, September 11th, 2001 was the 30-year anniversary of Nikita Khrushchev's death. So don't you think, if they believed they had evidence that we may have been involved in taking out Nikita Khrushchev for whatever information that Russia had at that time, or the Soviet Union leaders, or the communists or socialists had at the time, that might have been in far as repercussions of maybe possibly being involved in taking out President John F. Kennedy. I don't know. I'm not here to start wars. I believe in Matthew chapter 5, verse 9, 100%. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God, or the sons of God, right? What an honor it would be to be called a son of God, from God himself, or from Christ, our true Messiah. What a compliment it would be to be called a son of God. So zero viewers now. I guess when I start talking about Christianity and the Bible, it's not popular for some of the listeners. So, okay, so let's see here. Let's do a audio check. Radio check, audio check. YouTube, audio check. Okay, YouTube is fully up. Audio is. Shows shadow banning in place from the whatever. They don't like I'm talking about this. So they flooded the zone with their disinformation. They don't like anybody. Who are you, RH? Who are you? And some people might be rightly angry by what I say. Remember, these are theories. I'm putting this out there to keep this from ever happening again. Let me go over to Rumble and make sure. Let's see if we got anybody over on Rumble. Okay. Let me basically, we are live on Rumble. Let me do a sound check on Rumble as well. Audio check, audio check. Do a sound check on Rumble as well. Audio check, audio check. Okay, so these are going to be long live streams. So what you do now, I would prefer people go to Rumble because to YouTube to view the live stream. You can stay on Rumble if you want to, if that's your preferred place to go. But I can't keep an eye on the chat in Rumble, so without switching back and forth and pausing what I'm, pausing from continue on with providing information for people to use however they like. And guess what? Doesn't cost you a penny. Not a single penny, right? All these hours going all the way back to 2008. That's really when I started becoming a kind of like a freelance researcher, maybe journalist, if you will. So since 2008, a lot of information. I've basically scanned through a lot of information, a lot, a huge amount of information. So right now, this is impromptu. I'm going again off memory. So bear with me. Sometimes I make a mistake. Okay. I'm human. It proves I'm human. I'm not a humanoid. I'm not, you know, an AI construct. I'm a human being. I don't know. What is it? What is it with people now? I know they're shadow banning. So I'm sure that's the gist of it. How do they do that? Well, they censor your channel and it doesn't pop up on people's screens, the alert. So if you have subscribed to this channel before, people that have subscribed to this channel before, they may have basically taken my subscribers down. But whenever they deplatform me off of YouTube multiple times, I lost all my followers. I had to start from beginning. So that has a lot to do with it. And when they're shadow banning, like I know they're doing, because they conduct the illegal surveillance on everyone. This has become and I understand national defense. I'm all for that. But you don't have the legal right to be listening to people like me covertly and obstructing the information I'm putting out. Okay, if you're ordered to, I'm just following orders, RH. Really? Really? For those that think they know everything? Remember, most people in the military, they are basically, they are given a clearance. And even within having the clearance and having the need to know, there's people working right next to them that have a higher clearance. And they're read in certain things behind closed doors that you're not aware of or in a skiff. And they're given information. They're running a total different show than you might be running, or you think that your squadron or your flight or whatever your group is running. The guy sitting or the lady sitting right next to you could be running a totally different operation. They could be running a live operation or a sim operation. And unbeknownst to you, you go, well, you're just doing your normal tracking abilities, tracking aircraft and whatever, and providing information to your superiors as far as what's going on, as far as air traffic is concerned, and defense of other nations. We have, from what I heard last, we have over 700 military facilities around the world, over 700. Now, I don't believe that that could include consulates, embassies, U.S. embassies, um, safe houses, for covert people, whatever. Like, remember Benghazi? So they have communications. They got things going on behind the scenes that people in a different region that's not in their region of responsibility, unless maybe you're TDY. Hey, hey, Marlene, I didn't see you say hello, so I just got that chat message. How long ago did you post that when you said hi, Marlene? Yeah, because I just saw it pop up on my screen. So there's a delay. There is a delay when you say hi and before I can see it on the screen. So for those that are over on Rumble, remember I cannot view your chat over on Rumble. So I can only view it, and I have to switch back and forth. And what it does is gets me to lose my concentration on about the information I'm talking about tonight. So I'm going to apologize again for people that are just showing up or new. Please share this link. I prefer you share a YouTube link as long as I'm not deplatformed, of course. If I'm ever deplatformed again on YouTube, please go over to Rumble, and I'm pretty sure that may still be up. Sometimes I do believe they take away my channels. I can't remember if they did or didn't, but anyways, thank you for sharing the links, the YouTube link for everyone else, and that friends, and you can make this information your own. Remember, I'm doing this totally for free, at the benefit of everyone. I don't have a big studio. I don't have producers. I don't have editors. I don't have video people. To set up the studios and all that stuff. It's just me, myself, and I. Okay. And I ask people not to post donations in the chat, but one of my friends said, "RH, listen, if you turn down a gift, you might be rejecting a blessing, and I don't want to reject any blessings." So, full disclosure, the entire time on Rumble, I haven't gotten a single. I don't think I've gotten a single contribution or gift or donation to my YouTube channel. Not a single one. You know why? Because soon as I got to 500, they basically deleted my followers or subscribers on YouTube, and they keep my channel down below 500 so I can never become monetized. Now, on Rumble, that's a different story. On Rumble, I have enough. You only need to have 100 followers or subscribers on Rumble to be able to donate to this channel. So if you really want to donate, and you, out of the goodness of your heart and your discernment, your spiritual discernment, and you're making those donations as a gift, please, you're welcome to gift me money. But again, I'm going to try to keep this channel where everybody can watch it for free, and I don't charge a subscription. So remember, this is information. I've authorized people to use anything I've said. I prefer you not use anything that's personal, but I don't mind. I don't have anything to hide, right? But still, even saying that, when you put out a fraudulent warrant to basically conduct illegal surveillance on people based on a fraudulent warrant, based on information from cons, and what is a con? Con is a convicted criminal, right? Convicted criminal, or people that just libel slander you or whatever because they just like what you have to say or whatever, or they don't like who you are. So I'm going to go back and clear up some loose ends. So remember, these channels are long, and last night I was being spammed, and I inadvertently, I believe I may have hit the mute button so that channel, last night channel, the live stream on YouTube and Rumble, it only goes to like 1 minute and 59 seconds. So the reason why I think they took it down is because you hear my voice going in and out, right? You can hear in the background, you can hear me talking. But right when it went to being full blown muted. It went muted where I lost the audio, and nobody in the chat or anything told me in the YouTube chat, "Hey, listen, you're muted, lost sound, audio out." Just write something in the comment section to let me know that the audio is taken down, and I'll check my mic and make sure it's not muted. Okay. So, anyways, so let's go back and finish up this information real quick. And if it gets to be too long for you, yeah, it gets to be a marathon. These live stream stuffs, and I'm gonna try to keep them at a minimum. So if you're just now coming in to the live stream, why did I call this live stream July 4th? Foreign object partially takes down U.S. grid. Okay, on July 4th, on Independence Day, about 11 a.m. in the morning, I was notified by TECO, which basically is responsible for our grid, and I believe in Hillsborough County and Polk County. Not all of Hillsborough County, though, and not all of Polk County, from my understanding. But I got a message a little after 11 p.m., not p.m., 11 a.m. After 11 p.m. is where I started last night. I started getting the spam. But anyways, 11 a.m., little after 11 a.m., I got notified by TECO, who basically provides the grid, my power grid for my electricity. They informed me that my power was out or going out, and they were going to be investigating. No, they said my power was out. There's an outage in my area, right? And they're going to be investigating the power outage and try to get it back up as soon as possible, whatever. That statement. That was a robot statement. So, anyways, then after the outage, which was over an hour, remember, this was Independence Day. This was July 4th. The outage started around little after 11 a.m. Eastern time, right? And it lasted till after 12 p.m., over an hour. I got a robocall from TECO, Tampa Electric, and said basically my power was restored. My portion of the grid in Florida was restored, and the outage was based on a foreign object in their equipment. So, foreign object and equipment, I'm basically quoting directly those words. So use keywords, right, to figure it out for yourself. A foreign object was placed or mingled in with their equipment, which caused them to either to shut down our portion of the grid, right, or they probably had to remove that device, that object, which interfered with the equipment and took down our grid. Or they had to make, and precautionary, they had to take down the grid because of the foreign object that was not supposed to be there. So, my spotty senses went up and people are going to go, oh, that happens all the time, RH. It could have been a weasel went in there, started chewing on their equipment or whatever. I don't care what you believe, but use your common sense. I might be hyping this up a little bit because I don't know. What was the foreign object? Maybe it's still under investigation. Who planted that foreign object in amongst their equipment? Is it the enemy that is inside the wire already that maybe could have came in as part of the invasion in our country that they directed, which included a foreign military and terrorist insurgency into our country? It doesn't just limit certain states of what they did. They even created an organization, Democratic Redistricting Committee, to basically direct the invasion into our country, right? Where they needed them at in the districts. The violent arm of okay, I'm not going to add that right now. I talked about it before. I won't talk about it now because I got to keep on topic. So that's what happened on July 4th. Now, there was no rain, there was no lightning, so you can use your own guess, use your own opinion based on the information I gave you. But I'd really like to know what that foreign object was. And if it was the enemy probing our grid. Now, I don't want to talk about where we have assets in the state of Florida. I remember Hillsborough County. I won't go into the assets, and what's going on and try to tie it in. But those threats are already out there. They're waving the red flag of war during their funeral processions or the grievances. They printed out a flag of war, which basically states that they have declared war. The IRGC and Islamic Republic of Iran have declared war against the United States of America. Now, whether anyone in Congress believes we're at war or not, believes that Iran is at war with us or not, is immaterial. The President of the United States has the duty, the constitutional duty that he gave under oath, his duty under oath, under Article 4, Section 4 of the Constitution, to ensure against invasion and to ensure against and foreign military and terrorist insurgency into our country. And he has the full justification by the supreme law of the land, the Constitution under Article 4, Section 4, to remove all these bad people that they brought into the country. Okay? Now, they brought them into the country. We have the evidence. They cannot deny it. And Article 4, Section 4 gives the president and the commander-in-chief the ability to use boots on the ground, law enforcement if he has to, or activate Department of Homeland Security, whatever, but send out, civilian law enforcement, whatever he has to do. That's his main job, to keep us safe. National defense. National security is I believe, the main duty constitutional duty of the President of the United States, who has the dual hat as also Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Armed Forces. So now think about who was behind that, and think about behind the scenes. Remember, it started off with Acorn. Acorn was caught and responsible. You can even go to a CNN archive post that even CNN put it out, that Acorn was basically creating thousands of fraudulent voter registrations, thousands of them. CNN actually reported on it, and now it's part of their archives, right? So you can find that for yourself. So remember, as community organizers, certain former president, they used Acorn. And until it was found out, undercover journalists found out what Acorn was doing, right? That basically, they pretty much had to shut down or change the name of their organization. I don't think they've arrested a single person affiliated with Acorn that was creating fraudulent voter registrations. So, no, now you got all these counterfeit driver licenses out there and ID cards. You know, they're already out there. They've already given driver licenses and ID cards to Social Security cards to people that came in illegally into our country. They're registered already to vote, you know, that kind of thing. So the president has to, you know, uphold his oath of office, and you know that's national security. You can't allow an invasion force to come into our country to help create socialist and Republican super states. Not Republican, to create socialist and communist super states, like in the blue states, right? Like they create them sanctuary cities and sanctuary states. Sanctuary to basically allow them to cause chaos, anarchy on the streets, burning down businesses, burning down bombing police stations, or burning them down, you know. So I like to remind people, I shared the place card holder video of former Senator Kelly Loeffler basically changing her objection status on September or January 6th of 2021. In the morning, she was going into the joint session congressional building, the U.S. Capitol building, to basically provide her grievances based on the election fraud that she had uncovered. And she even knew after the breach occurred and they evacuated out the Capitol. You have to listen to her speech. Now, you can go out there and you can Google search her speech. It was in the joint session, the reason why she changed her objection status. She was going to be the ejector right after Paul Gosar. Now, remember, Paul Gosar, he revealed in the information he put out as an objector for the U.S. representative from the state of Arizona, that there were 30,000 ballots that were basically fraudulent ballots that illegals had basically filed, whatever. 30,000 illegal ballots from non-citizens of the United States of America. 30,000. Now, of course, that was an estimate. It could be a little over or a little bit under, but it's closer to 30,000 than below 30,000. So I'm pretty sure Dr. Paul Gosar would not have actually made that statement. So please fact check me, and please write down these source references I'm providing you, And if I make a mistake on anything, you brown shirts out there and you Gestapo leaders out there, let me know in the comment section and I'll make the necessary corrections. Now, after they staged the Capitol Hill's setup to falsely accuse Trump of an insurrection so he can never hold office ever, ever, ever again, or will help compel people to change their objection status to being an objector and reading the election fraud evidence that in their state that they uncovered so far. You know, whatever. Let's go back to Kelly Loeffler. Remember, there's two plans: Plan A, Plan B. Plan A was to ensure that if President Trump tried to put 10,000 National Guard troops on the ground working with Capitol Police Chief Stephen Son, 10,000 National Guard troops that are trained in riot control to prevent the breach of the Capitol building, to allow that official session to continue, the official session to continue, then they would have to resort to Plan B. So when they secured the Capitol building, they allowed the breach to occur by opening up the double steel doors. They allowed people to come in. They said, "Oh, we're just allowing law enforcement to come into the Capitol to protect the Capitol." Excuse me, they're wearing Trump outfits, right? So they were wearing plain clothes. I didn't see in that video. I watched the video where law enforcement actually motioned people, waved them into the Capitol building, where they had opened up on the east side of the Capitol, where they had opened up the double steel doors and allowed people to come in. After they allowed people to come in, and after Officer Byrd, whatever his title is, shot and killed an unarmed woman, they began to evacuate out both sessions of Congress. Why? To subvert the objectors. When they left the Capitol building and go to a place of better security until they can resecure the Capitol building. Remember, President Trump offered 10,000 National Guard troops to secure the Capitol, and what he wanted and we wanted to have our voices heard about all the voter fraud that we had helped uncover, up until January 6th of 2021. And we wanted to have a real objective bipartisan investigation in election fraud. And that would have been constitutional. They blocked that with the insurrection they created. That was Plan A. And if you want to know what helped subvert the objectors like Kelly Loeffler, you have no place to go but what the intelligence briefing was that they gave those objectors, and members of Congress even gave that briefing to Vice President Mike Pence. Okay? You have to go to that letter. The subversion letter came from Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger's false election claims. He made it look like that Trump was stealing, and Trump and associates were stealing the election, and to block the attempt from basically going further with the investigation into election fraud, which Mike Pence should have done. And remember, President Trump was trying to rely on Mike Pence to do his job according to the Constitution. But they had the Capitol Hill setup already planned and activated, and there was even inside sources, plainclothesmen and women in the Capitol building that helped allow that breach to occur. They had to have the breach, and that was Plan A, to subvert the objectors. So we could not hear. I'm going to use this, and it might not be special with the victim's family and forgive me, I don't mean, I'm not trying to hurt your feelings or whatever. But when you see those planes hit those towers about 1,000,000 times, one after the other, think what it does to us emotionally. Think about what it does. We already they embedded that horrific event. People jumping out of the building, right? The towers, showing that. Okay, and they keep going back and showing the planes hitting the buildings. What are you going to think? Planes hit, that's it. Planes hit the building. Planes caused the basically total collapse of both towers in their own footprint, along with Building 7, 47-story building, I believe it is, to collapse in its own footprint. And I won't use the Pentagon, but they showed the Pentagon, the plane hitting the Pentagon, right? Just a little bit of debris. I didn't see any debris that they showed of that aircraft, of any substantial part or anything of that plane hitting the side of the Pentagon. Only thing I saw, which was on the FBI website to this day, government website, is only like a 6-inch, or maybe a foot long piece of metal that has American Airlines on it, like sheet metal, right? You can have a drone, a full-size drone with the same size drone as a 767 or 757 or whatever plane that was used to hit the Pentagon. You can have a full-size drone painted with the marks of American Airlines on it, and you can fly that, and you can have laser guided systems to guide that drone right into that Pentagon. But even with that, and it could have been an armed drone, like a suicide drone. The technology existed back then on September 11th, 2001. That technology existed before that. Remember Operation Northwoods that they didn't go through with? That's very similar to what, in my opinion, and many other professionals, I'm talking about pilots that have been pilots of commercial airliners for 30 or 40, 50 years. They knew that an untrained person, even if they were trained just on a simulator, had the gift of flying and making those maneuvers into those towers and into the Pentagon building with the experience they had. And I know a lot of people get angry. And if you told me that the day after those planes hit on 9/11, when I was across the hallway from the intelligence branch, when they had CNN running, when the first plane hit the tower, and I walked over there, and everybody was gathered around the TV and saying, "What's going on?" That was our first intel. Mainstream media, as many call today, Mockingbird media, they were out there in full force. And when one of them got off the script, they all basically joined back in lockstep. There's a lot of things I saw that day that wasn't reported on. A lot of things I heard that day wasn't reported on. For example, saying that Building 7 was already collapsed or whatever, or went down through explosive demolition. They're not. Some people said it looked like they were taken down with explosive demolitions. So they said that. Professionals, secondary explosions. That's what the first responders were calling them. Those that are trained in battling explosions. Those that are trained to basically set up, explosive demolitions when you're taking down old buildings or whatever. They might have to take down one in New York, right? How many people have heard that there's an unstable high-rise, multi-story building in New York City. I believe it's in New York City that they're thinking about having to take down. Now, once all this information gets out there about the ephod, and they have no way out but reporting the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help them God, and so help us God as a community. They're not going to have any other option but to start telling the truth. And I think this is about where we're at. Now, remember, President Trump, when he was interviewed that day on 9/11, after the planes hit the tower, after the first plane hit the tower, he said himself that those towers were built to withstand a direct hit from a commercial airliner. Remember, they started the architecture in Manhattan or whatever, New York City, whatever, those sky rises, they basically had to buy, they couldn't, what do you call that? The license. They had to be certified, right? Those buildings had to be certified to withstand a direct hit from a commercial airliner. Remember, back in, I think it's 1945 or 40, somewhere around there, a U.S. Army Air Force bomber struck the side in very, very dense fog. Was an accident. He struck the side. The pilots hit the side of the Empire State Building. Go back in history and look at that. Okay? But there's never been a tower, a modern high rise, especially in New York, that wasn't built to code to be able to withstand a direct hit. Now, I don't know how many that are, far as buildings that are, had to be part of that code, to basically withstand. And all it is you're having a pretty much predominantly an aluminum aircraft with aluminum skin on it, right? Hitting a steel frame high-rise building that was built to withstand the impact. So if you had that, if, say, for example, you're planning that attack, you're also going to try to create patsies, like blame it on Israel, right? So that's part of the psychological warfare operation. What would be the motive for Israel to basically, could you imagine if they were caught, what would happen to their country? Use your imagination. There's people out there still drumming up the liberty. Yes. Yeah, it was horrible what happened to the liberty. It was horrible. Don't you think people understand maybe some certain things? Oh, there's a person on the liberty that's still alive today. He's going to give his yes. It got hit by a torpedo or whatever, right? Got hit by a torpedo in a kill zone, which was telegraphed, and it didn't get telegraphed to the Liberty. Liberty was an intelligence vessel. They were there to listen on the chatter, and either Egypt or Israel may believe, but they said it was an Israeli pilot. Let's go with that, okay? Israeli pilot. A pilot intentionally bombed the Liberty, and they saw the American flag raising up full mast, right? The flag was raised up. From what I understand, that was like a spy type eavesdropping vessel, and the intelligence community were running that mission of that vessel to basically eavesdrop in on that war between Israel and Egypt. Okay, so I won't go into it any further. Now, it could have been a mistaken identity, even if there was a rogue Israeli pilot that struck the side of the Liberty with one of those torpedoes or whatever, or bomb. That person should have been held accountable. Those person. Now, I do believe they had to pay reparations, but based on the bad actors of criminals or murderers in other countries, maybe one or two, you don't go out there and promote the murdering of tens of millions of people because you just hate. You're going to equivalent all this to Jerusalem, and everything something bad happens, it's Israel's fault because there's money in it. A lot of money to be anti-Israeli. A lot of money. I know veterans today. I know the editors of these places and these people that put out information. I know there's a lot of money involved in anti-Jewish and Israeli rhetoric. It's all part of the, what do you call it? Psychological warfare operations, in my opinion. You know, they're going to put in their scripts what they want to put in their scripts. And when it's found out to be falsehoods or libel, slander, or whatever, or wrap-up smears like Nancy Pelosi bragged about, you know, they're going to use plausible deniability. Okay, where was plausible deniability used? Plausible deniability. And my heart and prayers goes out to all those victims' families that lost their loved ones that day on the Liberty. I'm by no means, hey, if that person or persons, whoever was involved in that bombing of the Liberty, killed like 200 or severely injured like over 200 and killed a lot of our men that were involved in that surveillance operation mission and that surveillance ship, whatever. Yeah, that should be capital punishment. Okay? They should have been held accountable a long time ago. Not try to go murder. It's like, for example, holding and counting terrorists that were responsible for the bombing of the see, that's probably the reason why they're putting that out there right now. They're bringing that back up, the Liberty, right? Because the Islamic Republic of Iran and the IRGC, or the beginnings of Hezbollah, was responsible. If it wasn't for the Islamic Republic of Iran, those attacks, that bombing of the U.S. barracks in Beirut, Lebanon, I think it was in 1983, would have never happened. That was already litigated in court. The judge, years later, just basically made the decision to award the victims that were still alive. I think there was a paraplegic still alive. I think there was only one or two people still alive from that bombing that Iran was behind. The Islamic Republic of Iran was behind. See, we start to cite that information and other information like them bombing our embassies abroad and all the other men and women in uniform that have died due to IEDs, roadside bombs, and all that stuff. Remember Soleimani? Remember that? So, see, they got their counter propaganda. They got counter propaganda. We're not using propaganda. We're going in and we're being objective, and we're providing the material evidence enough for people to guide people to the truth, not to their team where people become anti-American and they're out there even flying terrorist flags in our country, on our streets. Okay, so there these major influencers, these super influencers and channels, in my opinion, they're being bought and paid to present the information that they want to be presented, to flood the zone as part of their psychological warfare operation, to basically discredit channels like this. shadow ban channels like this, deplatform them, making sure you take away their subscribers so they can't get enough subscribers to be monetized. And they done this. I got over 502 subs. And immediately after that, I started talking about becoming monetized on YouTube. My subscribers were deleted. I went down to 499, down to now it's 496. They're not going to allow me to be monetized. They're blocking my pursuit of happiness. They're blocking my free speech. And a lot of that has to do with the illegal surveillance based on fraudulent warrants. I was notified. They used a matter of national security, national defense, whatever, a fraudulent warrant. Okay, if there's information you want to hear from me, why don't you basically contact me and basically hire me, right? And pay me, right? So I can pursue my happiness too. I'm not exactly living in a life of life. What do you call that? Life of fame and fortune. I'm not. I'm not. Living a life of fortune here. You know what I mean? I'm not complaining. I'm blessed for what I have. But you think about all these years since 2008, doing all these investigations. All these investigations. Research. It's research, not investigation. It's not official investigation on my part. I'm just like a freelance journalist that goes out there unpaid because I don't have any newspaper company or anybody that wants to hire me. Believe me, I could put this all, if I had a studio, I could put this all in a very professional manner, outlines and all that stuff, and, do a perfect briefing. I could do all that, but I don't have the materials to do it. I don't have the video equipment. I don't have a studio, and I'm not whining. I think everybody should be allowed to hear this information. And anybody out there trying to block this information from going public. Remember, I'm not glorifying violence. That's one of the things they took down. They took down one of my posts on another social media page because somebody said I was glorifying violence. I've never glorified violence. Now, I like to watch a boxing match or stuff, whatever, for the sport, but I really don't like, I don't like to see, some of that stuff I can't watch, you know what I mean? It's horrible to watch, you know what I mean? But it's lawful. As long as it's lawful, if people want to watch like the UFC fighting, I forgot what they call it. Hey, that's your prerogative. As long as they got the doctors there and everything, hey, somebody's, getting beat real bad, and they can lose their eyesight, got to stop the fight. The guy can't see anymore. I'm all for that. I'm all for that. I used to watch Muhammad Ali. I used to watch Mike Tyson. I went back and reviewed some of Nino Rodriguez's fight. The what do you call it? El Nino, heavyweight boxer, champion of the world, I believe it is. Yeah, he deserved that belt. I listen to him. I follow him. I viewed a lot of his stuff. I've clicked him likes. Of course, we're not going to agree on everything. I don't even like to say that. That's common sense. You know, I'm going to say something they don't like, and they've set, some people have their mindset on something that they're not open to hear anything like people like myself have to say. And anyways, so let me get back into this. And I thought I was yeah. So they're still conducting illegal surveillance. See, I got friends in NATO, so the FISA court. They go before a FISA judge, and right, they can use, okay, my whatever. I got a loved one that's it works in customs in another country. It's a NATO country. I worked in NATO, remember? I sure as heck ain't working with people that are trying to conspire to take down our government. You know what I mean? So, they could just plant a few things, edit, people's words and change them around somewhat, plant false information, like, planting of the Russia BS, the fake dossier, you name it, Russian collusion BS, plant fraudulent or information at Mar-a-Lago in that storage room that the FBI was actually aware of. They just who President Trump was working with, not against, cooperating, right? So that they got a fake war. What did they do on J6? Confidential human sources, undercover. They went in with plain clothes. Some of them, you don't even know what branch that they were, FBI or anything, right? Confidential human sources. They lied about it. I can't help you, dude. You lied. I don't care who you are. If you lied, Comey, what's his name? The guy before Comey or after Comey. Man, I can't remember his name. I can picture him barely, but I can't remember his name. Somebody want to put that in the chat. I appreciate it. In the YouTube chat, I can't see it on Rumble. But anyways, Christopher Wray. Remember, he failed to answer. Well, I cannot reveal sources or methods, right? You cannot reveal the Capitol Hill setup. Comey couldn't reveal that either. They couldn't reveal Hillary Clinton's 30,000 emails either, could they? They had to help her destroy her devices, just like the what do you call it, Mueller and his team of angry Democrats. They destroyed their phones, right? They destroyed their phones because if we found their phones and we got their phones, right, I do believe there's a possibility that that information can be retrieved, right? So, see, they don't want us to find out about their broader criminal conspiracy to take down Trump before he even got in office. And a lot of that information we already have. It was a broader criminal conspiracy to overthrow the United States of America. United States. Who's the executive leader of the United States of America? President Donald Trump. They formulated the conspiracy to ensure, and I'm going to add Kelly Loeffler on this, and this, she can take it any way she wants to. I like her, but she had no reason. She made that, the reason she made up of not fulfilling her objection status is that you basically were objector based on the election fraud irregularities. It's like you go, you got to take some X-Lax or something because there's irregularities out there. So your form of Ex-Lax, as far as the irregularities, was to basically say they wanted to overturn the outcome of the elections. Trump led an insurrection. He led the breach into the Capitol building, and they had to evacuate the House and separate House and separate Senate chambers to basically read them the false intel, which they have plausible deniability of now, right? It won't even come out. They had the intel like everybody else had. Marion Bowser had the intel, Nancy Pelosi. I shouldn't even have to go through all this. They know it because they were the one part of it. The criminal conspiracy. They were the ones that orchestrated the Capitol Hill setup to falsely accuse Trump of an insurrection so he can never hold office again, according to the 14th Amendment, I believe it is. So what was plan B that day, J6? I know I'm jumping back and forth, but I try to close up the ideas and finish up the ideas words. So you have to go back and rewind it sometimes, and that you have that ability. What was plan A if they did allow Trump's authority of 10,000 National Guard troops trained and riot control to help secure the Capitol? That's what he wanted. That's what we all wanted. That's what people were out there protesting for, because they wanted that process to go through, and we wanted Mike Pence to do his job. Remember Brunson? That tells you all you need to know. John Roberts just used far as going back to the British Empire days, and basically reference us as subjects, and basically referring to the crown, the sovereign, the current sovereign and crown, when he basically said that those people of foreign countries can go to America, have a kid, and it becomes an American citizen, and then they can become guardians and get the illegals that are even from foreign hostile countries, for example, maybe even belonging to the IRGC or Islamic Republic of Iran or ISIS or any other Hamas or any other designated terrorist organization. So where's the attachment at? What if those people that they're bringing in, they want to give their children safe haven and a safer place from where they live, if they're working covertly with American officials, covert officials like intelligence, or they are intelligent assets on the ground, right? So they go, listen, my wife, she's pregnant, and I'm working for you. I'm afraid for her life. I'm afraid for my child. Can you get him? Can you get him to America? Can you give him my child when she's born or he's born American citizenship? Yeah, well, if you're part of that, that's your sovereign. Those are your citizens, right? And you're working with America. Either you're subverted to work for America, or if you decided on your own to be an ally of America, but you're openly hostile towards America, and you're from a sovereign country, that would be the reason why Chief Justice John Roberts ruled in favor of tourist birthright citizenship or birthright citizen. In anybody, if all you have to do is read Clarence Thomas's dissent. Clarence Thomas basically broke it down into words the majority of us can understand it. And if he used any words you're not familiar with and you don't understand, use word association with the words you do know and understand, or get your dictionary. It's a perfect dispute of what John Roberts basically led the decision on and what he did. He minimized the true U.S. citizens by allowing citizenship to a baby, which they're saying that baby is subject to the kingdom and the sovereign where they came from. People didn't catch that, did they? And that's basically what he exposed, in my opinion. I could be wrong. Hey, he could be the greatest guy since the first king or the kings before sliced bread even. He might be the greatest thing since sliced bread. I don't have anything against him personally. I don't know him. Seems like a great guy. Very, very fluent and intelligent as far as Oxford English is concerned. I'm sure he wants to take one for the team if he has to, but I don't know. That's what that ISIS operative. I'm not saying he's involved in anything, but ISIS cell mobilized into the Philippines before Trump's trip to Manila to meet with Duterte, the president of the Philippines at that time. Obviously, they didn't want him to be president anymore because he was cracking down on drug trafficking, right? Human trafficking. Well, human trafficking, drug trafficking from what? Originating from I don't know, from the empire, former empire? I don't know. Basically, that's what he said. That's what the man stated, standing up there right before Congress and giving us lectures about our Constitution and our independence and his sovereign. He's the sovereign. I like to remind people that he just put a governor in charge of the whole country of Canada to basically be like the commander in chief, to use the Canadian military troops to basically protect his territories or his sovereign. His sovereign includes 4 of the 5 I's. It includes the United Kingdom. It includes Canada. Canada's prime minister, I forgot his name now. You can look it up yourself. He used to be the CEO or the president of the Bank of London. You know, the Bank of London, where a lot of that what do you call that? What do you pay when you pay $38 trillion? And there's interest rates on that loan, $38 trillion. Guess what? It goes through the foreign reserve banks, which will include the Bank of London, whether they classify that or not. You can't do an audit. So a large portion of that interest payment coming from the $38 trillion in debt. Remember, the Federal Reserve prints the money. They charge us money on everything they print. They charge us interest, us taxpayers. And basically what they're saying is they're not allowing the President of the United States to order an audit of the U.S. Treasury, not the U.S. Treasury, I mean the Federal Reserve, and they're not allowing the President of the United States the executive, the president of the United States, and the commander in chief to actually audit or fire the governor of the governors, any of the governors of the Federal Reserve. He can't audit it, the Federal Reserve, and he can't fire any of those governors. Now, he put forth a governor because they're talking about, which is ridiculous. Now, if they have a foreign ground forces on the ground in Canada, and they're doing trade with them in Canada, and they're amassing, and they have their police stations, foreign police stations on their soil. Guess who authorized it? Who authorized it? So now I'm picking up to 5 years. I guess the algorithms kicked in. I kicked in the algorithms. I'm not saying I work directly next to the Royal Air Force generals, high level position officers, wing commanders, you name it. I forgot what they call them, the generals in the Royal Air Force. I work right next to them. Command and control assignments, right next to them. Great people. But they look down on a lot of us because they think they look at us Americans as a bunch of, some of them admire us Yankees, they call us, right? And some of them just look down on us and say, well, we're uneducated. Who are we? I'm going to tell you one thing right now. This goes for every salt of the earth military man and woman that has served our country, especially if you served over 20 years. You have a higher level of education than what's being provided in some of these ivory tower education universities, whatever. Your education is a lot higher. And I'm going to guarantee you, we went through PME, professional military education, and that's top-notch education. So don't underestimate men and women of uniform, especially those that got to levels of management, senior NCOs. What is an NCO? It's a non-commissioned officer. We are still officers, but we're not commissioned. Once we reach the rank of senior NCOs, non-commissioned officers. What is the title of a E1? They're not commissioned. They're an airman. They're an airman in the United States Air Force, like Army guy, what E1 Army guy, whatever. He's just a Army guy, right? He's not an officer yet. He hadn't obtained the rank up to supervisory level. Now there is supervisory level. Once you make E4 sergeant, you can be a tech sergeant, staff sergeant in the Air Force. Let me just talk Air Force. The lower ranks, you're not an officer. You're like E1, E2, E3, E4, E5, E6. When you get to E7, you become a master sergeant. When you get to become an E4 sergeant in the Air Force, you are a non-commissioned officer. When you get up to the senior non-commissioned officer ranks, you're at higher level education. Below the senior NCO, non-commissioned officer, is our supervisors. So when you get up to the ranks of Master Sergeant in the Air Force and above, to include O1 all the way up to O10, 4-star general. Once you get up to those ranks, you're an officer, whether you're non-commissioned or you're commissioned. And guess what? The President of the United States can promote an NCO, an E9 in the Air Force, an E8 or E7 to a commissioned officer rank. A lot of people don't know that. A lot of people don't know the UCMJ. How many people out there even know that there is a special, there's special laws in the military, whether you're in the Army, Air Force, Marines, whatever. The UCMJ is our own laws, okay? In that they've written our own laws. Uniform Code of Military Justice. It applies to every man and woman in uniform. If a person has committed crimes to include high crimes or treason, they have military tribunals. If the crimes of the individual, whether they're in the military or not, involves treason, it could go to a military court hearing through what do you call that? Tribunals, military tribunals. Yes. Why do you think a lot of us supported Ron DeSantis? Why do you think a lot of us supported? How many people know that Ron DeSantis, as a commissioned officer, worked for the staff judge advocate? He worked for the judge advocate, a military judge, while he was an officer in, I believe, the Navy. How many people know that basically President Trump worked a lot with Christina Bobb? Now, I believe Christina Bobb, she was United States Marines. She was a staff judge advocate. She was actually a military judge. She could oversee military tribunals. And that's the reason why they went after her too as well. Salt of the earth. Like they went after Sidney Powell. You don't ever hear Lynn Wood talking anymore either. He got maybe a little bit too rambunctious. I don't know. I still supported a lot of his opinions, and I still will probably do to this day. Now, I want to say something really and make this very clear. Article 4, Section 4 is very, very clear. Anybody involved in a criminal conspiracy to overthrow the United States of America, to overthrow our duly elected government, they can be tried and convicted of treason, of capital crime, of a capital crime, just involved in being part of that criminal conspiracy, knowingly. And when they get, if they are the defendant in a military tribunal, they can't go and say they are classified. Some of them they could allow open to the public. They can't use plausible deniability. They can't play those games with that judge, because that judge has the security clearance to hear pretty much every single thing that guy's going to say. Well, it's top secret, confidential. It was based off of presidential finding. As far as those Special Activity Center Political Action Group, go look it up. They can be basically sent to a military tribunal and for a staff judge advocate judge like Christina Bobb, highly educated, not only in the military but outside the military as well. That's why President Trump picked her, because he knew before he got in office, because a little birdie told me so. He was informed before he got in office what was going on behind the scenes, which was treasonous. It was a broader criminal conspiracy. Now, I'm going to tell you the words. Now, Kelly Loeffler, this is my free speech. I'm going to go off of a comment she made that I saved in the place card holder video after the live stream. Before the live stream on Rumble. I don't think you can watch that place card holder video after the live stream ends on Rumble as well as YouTube. But YouTube don't have anything to do with it. But I got the clip on J6 where she said we have to restore our democracy. Spotty census flags went up everywhere. Okay, by the way, I told you about Part A, which they were successful in doing. They kept President Trump from using the 10,000 National Guard troops trained in riot control to help secure the Capitol building that day to work with Stephen Son or part of that, Marion Bowser, the mayor of, I call Moscow, or, the mayor of D.C., okay, or Mitch McConnell, or Chuck Schumer, or Nancy Pelosi. They refused to allow that to happen. And that's what caused the breach. And that was the plan, to allow the insurrection to occur and blame President Trump. That was plan A. They were successful. They basically subverted the objectors like Kelly Loeffler, in my opinion. And I'm going to give you the evidence. I've already put it out there on place card holder video. She said we have to restore, basically, not exactly in those words, but if you go to that speech she made when she removed her objection status from all the election fraud, reading all that evidence into record, even according to her own words, even due to all those irregularities, right? All those irregularities, she changed her objection status. Remember, before they were obstructing Dr. Paul Gosar, U.S. representative of the state of Arizona. They were already objecting. They were already obstructing his reading the evidence into record. Who do you think was doing that? The plainclothes people that were part of that mission. They knew, they had foreknowledge of what they were going to do on J6. How they going to set up Trump, prevent them from Pence from basically, and compel Pence not to do his job. They had the Mockingbird meter lockstep right behind them, spewing their scripts given to them. It was a military type operation. Plan A was successful. They set up the breach of the Capitol to occur. They evacuated out all U.S. senators in a separate House chamber that were there. The separate House of Representative chamber, separate House chambers. They evacuated all those people. Pence, everybody had to leave, right? Especially after they shot the unarmed woman, Ashley Babbitt. And that person, he didn't have the justification to use lethal force on that unarmed woman. They could have tackled her, handcuffed her, hauled her away in a paddy wagon, whatever. Back in the day, I could have done it by myself, and she would have complied. If I was in law enforcement uniform, I said, ma'am, I understand your grievances now, but we're going to have to remove you from this area. This is a sensitive area. You're not allowed to be here. What do you call that? Tie strapper, hands behind her back, and perk walker. For all of CNN and the Mockingbird media to, well, see, she was one of Trump's. She was wearing Trump garb, right? Yeah, she had American flag with her. I guess that was the justification they needed to shoot down an unarmed woman that could have maybe been 100 pounds wet. She did not brandish a weapon, nothing. And they're protecting Byrd. They even set Byrd. Nobody's calling for vigilantes to go after Byrd. We're calling for a real hearing for their family, not some banana Republic court hearing, right? Okay, back to Kelly Loeffler. Plan B, what was plan B? If they were not successful and Trump was able to put 10,000 National Guard. Remember, he had the intel. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff had the intel of the threats of J6 from the threat from foreign sources, from foreign soil also. Former Union Socialist Soviet Republic members of that were present on J6. Oh, yes, we know. Yes, we know. Can't reveal sources and methods, right? We know. And the ghost buses that the U.S. House of Representatives, I forgot his name, he revealed. All those people getting off. Remember what they did in Mar-a-Lago? They did the same thing they did J6. They came in with plain clothes on that ghost bus transportation, so we didn't know who they were. Charlottesville. We had people on the ground in Charlottesville. They came in on the same bus, people with KKK stuff and torches, tiki torches and all that stuff, unlit, of course. People, Black Lives Matter, and all those foreign actors played a big part in Charlottesville, and they still haven't been held accountable. Remember, they set the conditions. This is much broader criminal conspiracy than a lot of people realize. This basically includes foreign boots on the ground. They bring in covertly to do their dirty work or to outsource what would be called crimes here in our country. So she said we have to restore our democracy. Kelly Loeffler, when she basically gave a big speech about reason why she came into the Capitol building to be an objector after all the election fraud irregularities she saw, which is kind of ridiculous. She doesn't go into any detail at all, like Dr. Paul Gosar. And remember, that was information, proven, undeniable information that they got at that time that they provided. Nobody was trying to overturn the outcome of the election. We wanted to make sure that that certification wasn't fraudulently certified, which it was. And we got enough evidence to prove it. Okay, their whole intent, you can use words and jump around all you want to. They were going to restore the supermajority back to the Democrats and force President Trump out of office with all these rigged lawsuits and all this ridiculous stuff like the P tape, the Russia stuff, you name it. They took over. They want to take back over the majority, right? Because we already know what they had in store. What did they start before? What was beginning before even Donald Trump left office on January 20th of 2025? Wait a minute. No. January 20th of 2021. What was already happening as far as the invasion goes, and as far as Article 4, Section 4 goes? I'll get back to Kelly Loeffler in a minute. There was caravans or caravans already coming towards our border. President Trump mentioned that. The invasion was already set up. See, if they were caught and people were honest and brave enough to do their job in all three branches of government, from the federal all the way down to the local, and they figured out what had happened, as far as in hindsight 2020, and put it all together and put the piece. You don't even have to put all the pieces of the paper. Say this 1,000-piece puzzle. You might still have one or two puzzle pieces that are out there, and you could use plausible deniability on that when you go before a military tribunal, right? See, they brought in the forces they needed to protect themselves from ever being held accountable. They're already in place. The caravans were already coming towards our borders, and that's the first thing that they allowed happen. They already gave it their lawyers. They'll Biden third term. Come on, believe it. You can believe it or not. They even telegraphed it. If you voted for Biden, you're voting for Barack Hussein Obama. Actually, David Mickelson, the founder, I think that's his name, the founder of Snopes, put that out there. Barack Obama, vice president, look it up for yourself. And then they took down where they modified that, right? They had to modify it, right? So the basically the all those people out there that were versed in putting together the biggest election fraud team in the history of the world, right? That I believe that was the history. Maybe Venezuela was. Well, Venezuela doesn't have the amount of citizens we have that vote in our election. So the greatest voter fraud ever to occur happened in 2020 in the world, the entire world. Think about that. So they already planned on the invasion. Remember, they kept the citizenship question off the census report. They fought tooth and nail. AOC was one of those people that fought tooth and nail. Why do you want it? Why do you want that now? She said, it takes 4 years, and as far as DC, they have to do the two-step before they change any question on that census report. Why do you want that now? Because we already knew what you were going to do. You're going to use illegal, you're going to fill out illegal ballots yourselves and put them in the sticker boxes. Or you're going to go to where they printed out ballots online. I already shared that already multiple times. The electronic ballot. Let me see here. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I'm going to try to go. And if I get taken down, I hope I don't get taken down. Oh, yeah, all right, screwed up again. He took himself down again. Really? Go ahead and believe that if you want. It's called the electronic vote. Electronic ballot return. Okay, you have to go to the National Conference of State Legislatures. Look at it. Look at the ways they can basically send off a ballot with electronic ballot return. That means somebody out there, they can vote by email. Somebody out there can basically get a ballot over email, print it out locally, and send it off to whatever district. Remember, National Democratic Redistricting Committee. Remember that. They directed the invasion into our country. Remember, they were bringing a lot of those people and setting up hospitality on military bases, giving them lodging, food, clothing, whatever, lodging. That was their overthrow of the United States. Those people are still there. They overthrew the United States of America in 2020, whether you believe it or not. It's the fact. And look, Arizona, the states that can vote by electronic ballot return. Electronic ballot return. You can go in there right now, click on your search bar and read along with me. But make sure you click on National Conference of State Legislatures. Okay? First state to use electronic ballot. They can do it on an online portal. Where? Right next to the sticker boxes, ballot boxes, right next to them, right? You can go to that portal and just feed that portal with your ballots, right? From Alabama, okay, it's supposed to be for the military and people that are disability or they're working abroad or on vacation. I don't know, right? You think that those ballots are only confined to that? I got some land to sell to you, the Everglades. Now, no, I don't. I'm not a fraud, Sue. Alaska, you can vote by online portal, electronic ballot return. Arizona can vote by email, fax, over telephone or internet. How is that secure? How's your email? Who's overseeing those ballots you get digitally by email and vote by email? Who's overseeing that? Their democracy. Their communist socialist democracy. That's who's overseeing it. So in Arizona, email, fax, by phone or internet or online portal. California, you can vote by fax, over the phone or internet. So for you to vote by fax, by the electronic ballot return, over phone or internet or by email, you have to get a ballot digitally. And that's where all those pristine ballots came from that weren't even creased or nothing, didn't have envelopes on them. They were running those things through like it was candy going out of style. Colorado, email, fax, over phone or internet, online portal. Delaware, email, fax, over the phone or internet. District of Columbia, wow, DC, the communists in DC, email or fax. Florida, fax over phone or internet. Hawaii, email or fax. Listen, I'm telling y'all how they cheated. And not all men and women in uniform are honest people. A lot of men and women in uniform got kicked out. I wasn't one of them. I retired honorably. Decorated, retired Air Force veteran, not highly decorated. I'm not stealing the valor of anybody else, especially Purple Heart or Congressional Medal of Honor recipients. Not doing, or Bronze Stars, Silver Stars, Gold Stars, whatever. I never got one of them. I would never lie about that. Kansas, email and fax. Wow, they upgraded this. They're ready for the midterms, people. They're ready for November, believe me, because all these people are now voting by email and fax to restore their democracy from Donald Trump. Their so-called tyrant, right? They call him the tyrant, a Nazi, a fascist, everything, right? I just told you where to go read their communist, socialist, Democrat, Rainbow Lightning manifesto. It was published by the New York Times and agreed with Bill Ayers to weather underground a domestic terrorist leader that basically bombed the Capitol building and bombed police stations, just like they did during the Summer of Love, right? So, man, a lot of these people, they went away from the portal and went to email and fax. They're ready to steal another election, people, right here. And they didn't have the citizenship question on this latest censor either, right? Wait a minute, hold on a second. Hello, testing 1, 2, Rumble. Testing 1, 2, Rumble. Let me turn up. Testing 1, 2, Rumble. Jeez, they took me down again. Testing 1, 2, Rumble. 0 viewers. Oh, they are really, really taking this channel down now because I'm just exposing to them their go-to method of stealing the election and taking over the supermajority again. Democrat, socialist, communist, rainbow flag, and basically the lightning. Now, if I didn't discuss the lightning, pardon me, let me discuss the lightning already. Okay, so put that down as your source reference. And they upgraded how many people? All those states are now voting by allowing to be voted by email and fax. They're going to pick their next president again, and they're going to pick they're going to pick their next government again. They're already ready, locked and loaded. The foreign people are already here. It's going to make the Summer of Love look like patty cake bakers, man. Put it in the oven as fast as you can. Or the tiddlywinks, whatever. You know, they're going to go full force, full bore. They have to have, because trillions of dollars are at stake. And I just talked about they're already locked and loaded with a lawfare. And they're going to try to compel President Trump to resign. If they can't falsely accuse him and set up, like plant false records and accuse him of a crime that way, they're ready they're ready to go. Believe me, the deep state operates, shadow government still in place. Just because the leaders of those departments are changed, they can't control all these socialist, communist Democrats. Okay, the rainbow and the lightning is the symbol of the Weather Underground. The rainbow, of course, you know what that means? Remember, Bill Ayers said in his manifesto that no regrets for the love of explosives, memoir of sorts. That's in the New York Times on September 11, 2001. That's when he planned it in advance. Did the New York Times have knowledge beforehand that there was going to be an attack on 9/11? Well, they buried that manifesto. Nobody could see it because they plastered the front page with their what do you call it? Their scripts. Their spoken and written scripts. So that they didn't deviate at all. Very literally, whenever someone was telling people what they thought, giving their opinion, and they didn't like that opinion. Okay, sorry, we lost coverage there. We'll try to restore that link back again later, right? So, anyways, yeah. So in that manifesto, Bill Ayers said, basically, that was going to make war against monogamous relationships. So in the manifesto, he said he actually had sex with his male friend just to say he's part of the gang, to prove he was one of them, part of the rainbow crowd. And that's their symbol. When they fly a rainbow flag, that's their symbol. That's the club they're in. Whether Antifa or whatever they are, they're in that club. And Antifa and Intifada are communist organizations, foreign and domestic organization. One of their organizations is called Direct Action. That came from Organizing for Action. Remember, it was ACORN, Organizing for Action. Then it was National Democratic Redistricting Committee. Remember that? So, I just told y'all how they're going to do it. They're going to do it with ballots again. That's why all the Supreme Court, they're all in lockstep. They're securing the sovereign empire. They're using the bar. They're going all the way back to common law, and they're circumventing the U.S. Constitution, especially when it comes to Article 4, Section 4. Remember, he made that comment, and it got a standing ovation. People don't even know what they're clapping about. He mentioned Congress has the authority of checks and balances of the executive. Man, that whole Congress, both sides, even the Democrats, the communists, the socialists, and I'll get around to the lightning now. Okay, what does the lightning in the Weather Underground terrorist organization, communist, socialist terrorist organization represent? Lightning. Remember who Bill Ayers mentored? Remember who was President Trump's, not President Trump, presidential candidate for president back in 2008. Remember who he picked as his senior advisor? His senior advisor voted for the candidate for the Communist Party USA. And he just scoffed at everybody, just basically gave everybody the middle finger. That guy wasn't even qualified to be the CIA director because he voted for, his allegiance was, because he voted for being a CIA professional, he voted for the Communist Party USA presidential candidate. That tells you all you need to know. The evidence is already out there, people. Okay, what does the lightning mean in their symbol of the Weather Underground or the patch they wear? You know, in Hebrew, if you get a Strong's Concordance and look up Barak, Baraq, that's the transliteration. Baraq is the transliteration of Barack, as in Barack Hussein Obama. The transliteration in Hebrew is spelled Baraq. And how do you pronounce Barak in Hebrew? Barak. Barak. Baraq. Remember, it means lightning. Remember what Christ told us, our true Messiah, what he told us, the anointed by God, the Spirit of God. You know what he informed us of? He said, I saw Satan coming down in lightning. Now, I believe he could be Satan's lieutenant. I don't believe he's actually Satan because I don't believe he's smart enough. But he's pretty smart. Remember, he was the president of the Harvard University. He taught constitutional law. He was well versed of the common law too. He's well versed in knowing when he could use that. Those guys are out there. They're a dime a dozen now. They're all out there. Even the former White House counsel under the Biden branch, 3 terms, right? They're everywhere. You know, when you're in charge of all that money, think about all the interest payments alone that goes out, probably over $1 billion a day. If you look at the makeup of our U.S. Senate and U.S. House of Representatives, there's only like about 500 people, maybe over 500 people. When you're talking about trillions of dollars of revenue coming in through the Federal Reserve and going in through private banks and into the Bank of London. Remember Carnegie, the prime minister? Why do you think the sovereign put Carnegie in the prime minister position in Canada? Well, what do you think funds elections in Canada? Why do you think they got a super majority of Democrats there too as well? Socialist, Democrat, and communist. Okay. So I'm not talking about some type of civil war to overthrow the so-called Democrats. This is not a democracy. And that's what Kelly Loeffler was communicating when she basically removed her objection status on J6, even saying that she viewed the irregularities. She obviously didn't review enough from other states as well, like Georgia, or from Dr. Paul Gosar, or maybe she did. Maybe that was to say, okay, well, we got you elected that time. We're going to select who we want elected this time, and the sovereign's going to be involved in this. And they're going to help with the campaign donations, right? How are you going to track that? How are you going to track rigging, the rigging of our elections through campaign donations when you can't even audit the Federal Reserve? That's the exact reason why you can't audit it. And for people that say, well, we're not no longer under maritime law and that common law of the former empire, which we thought all ended on 1776, July 4th of 1776. Obviously, it didn't end. They let them come right inside. I'm not calling them the enemy now. We got a lot of good allies over there that serve with us in NATO. I'm not talking about those people. And those people know exactly. They know exactly what they did. I even had an apology. And you won't hear that anywhere from a member of NATO about the attacks on President Trump and the Russia stuff. Remember? The sovereign was responsible, whether it's the QE, right? Or the king. You go to Echelon, you go Men with Hill, RAF, Men with Hill, and you can see who oversees the operation of the NSA at the Men with Hill, the surveillance operation. Who oversees it? Who oversees all the surveillance overseas? Who helps monitor certain individuals that get put on the watch list? Remember, they outsource it so they can use plausible deniability. Well, it wasn't us. We wasn't responsible for, but it was cleared, right? The NSA, National Security Agency, basically runs the administrative portion of Men with Hill, RAF, Men with Hill. That's okay. Don't blame me. Edward Snowden released that information publicly for everybody to find out. It's under Echelon. Men with Hill is in Yorkshire, I guess, in the UK. Look it up. RAF, Men with Hill. Read the what do you call it? Wikipedia article. It's true. I went in there. They can't change everything because somebody will go back in there and change. The White Hats will go back in there and change that back to the truth again. But it's interesting to look at the edits and all that stuff, especially with special activities center, political action group. Their primary job in the CIA is to help influence elections, both foreign and abroad. Now, you think about all those stations over. Remember John Brennan? Remember John Brennan? He was president of the the Analysis Corporation, TAC for short, capital TAC. They were an organization that conducted what do you call when they order surveillance on somebody, right? They help provide that surveillance of those they put on the watch list. Why do you think they got what? And if they if they coincide with basically the kill list on those signs that they're carrying in Tehran or wherever they are, you got to put that together. Remember, there's people that vehemently oppose us helping America with a country a terrorist state country that has declared war on us. They won't even allow us our planes to take off from their bases. They're blocking it, and they're running out the clock. So they think by the time, if there's another stolen election this coming November, right, and they get their people in, Trump will be gone. They'll implement articles of impeachment right away. It'll be nonstop. And nobody in the judicial branch of government and nobody in the executive branch of government is really trying to stop that, in my opinion. Is that your democracy? Mob rules democracy, right? You bring in the mobs through your invasion. And through your invasion, you bring in a foreign military insurgency and terror cells into our country. We can see it with our own eyes now. We don't need to read the report. We already got the report using our own eyes and ears and the senses God gave us to discern these things. You're already caught. It's already over, or it should be over. See, remember, not one lie won't be uncovered. The truth will eventually play out. And we hope people in our government are on the right side of history. Because right now, a lot of them are on the wrong side. And they're visually showing you that. What is their oath? Part of the oath is to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and have true faith and allegiance to the same. The same isn't Ukraine. The same isn't Russia. The same isn't China, right? The same isn't North Korea. The same isn't even Israel. They are an ally, but, your allegiances shouldn't be, they're our allies, but you shouldn't have dual allegiances. You shouldn't be putting out propaganda, which you know is lies, against Israel or any other country that you don't like because you're butthurt about something, or you just don't like people wearing a funny hat on their head. And goes into the Wailing Wall and puts the little notes in there. Right? You think that's horrible, huh? That they believe in a greater power greater than us. That's so horrible. They believe in the Bible, the Torah. Even shutting down churches during hindsight perfect vision in 2020, 2021. Remember, shutting down churches. Social distancing, keeping where they can't congregate. Even with a church that used like a drive-in movie theater speaker boxes to have people listen to the sermon and the teachings from their own private vehicles, automobiles. Person going to go watch a soccer game, or daughter playing soccer or whatever, or softball, sitting in the stadium 20 feet away from the nearest person, by herself. They came in there and arrested her or told her she had to leave because she wasn't wearing a mask. But in one of the baseball games, you see Fauci not wearing a mask with his buddies, right? Two people next to him. Wasn't wearing a mask, was he? Wasn't social distancing. At least the lady was social distancing. That you have to have social distancing when you're rigging the elections and the poll watchers, you got to have a lot of social distance with the poll watchers, especially in the arena, State Farm Arena in Georgia, Fulton County, Atlanta, right? Kick the observers out. They went and said, they told us after we watched the video, watched it with ourselves, and an official actually explained what they were actually doing. They denied it. They shut that off. Nobody could see it anymore. Where we saw them putting the cardboards over the windows. So once they kicked the objectors out, they couldn't even look through the windows to see what they were doing. We all know why they were doing it. They're going to restore the democracy. That's what Kelly Loeffler said. What does Article 4, Section 4 state again? She stated that they were going to overthrow the republic. Again, that's what she stated. We're going to restore the democracy and help try to destroy MAGA, America First, and President Trump in the process. Well, she got her position, right? Why did they put her? Why did they put her in that position? Did they offer President Trump a deal? I don't know. He had the votes, though, believe me, in 2024 to win the election. So it was too big to rig. United States shall guarantee to every state in this union a republican form of government and shall protect each of them against invasion and on application of the legislature or of the executive when the legislature cannot be convened. Remember, they took a 19-day vacation just now against domestic violence. That means when they're on vacation, they're on recess, like in grammar school, elementary school. You went to recess and you can go have your popsicle or whatever, or jelly beans, or maybe a little snack, maybe some Jello. You know what I mean? Maybe an apple. Yeah, I got apples. Maybe a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Yeah. So when the legislature, the legislative branch of government, cannot be convened, or for whatever reason, if they're subdued or subjected to another foreign power, or subjected to a lot of money, and I'm talking about trillions, subjected to the Federal Reserve note, right? They're subjected to it. Think about how many people are subjected to their love of money, especially when the Federal Reserve note is concerned, especially when you can't even audit it. They wasn't going to allow you to even audit the elections. That should be all you need to know. So they try to get the United States to go against all these major superpower countries like Russia and Iran, right? They want us to go against them. Guess what? We destroy each other. It's like killing for them, it's like killing two birds with one stone. That's why they're trying to draw us into a war with Russia over their territorial dispute that goes all the way back to Russian Christian Empress Catherine the Great over Crimea, which they've had the Russian Black Sea Fleet there in Sevastopol for God knows what, over 200 years. We helped them get it back during World War II. Oh, he's a traitor. He supports Russia. He supports communism. Really? You know, I was called a dumb rube one time. You dumb rube, basically, go read some books, right? I read one book. I think there's like 66 books. I read like six. Discernment, understanding, wisdom. You know that? If you pray for that understanding, you pray for those spiritual gifts, God will probably give them to you or give you at least one of them if you're on the right road. You get off on that wrong road though, and you start working for that guy in the red leotards, the pitchfork, and the horns. You probably won't get, or maybe God will show you something, give you a sign, maybe a dream, right? For you, it's a dream, but maybe one of those dreams is God trying to wake you up. There's something out there greater than yourself and all of us. There's a supreme being, and we don't have. Oh, I forgot the name of that religion. Zoroastrians, right? So the Iranians, the Zoroastrians, that's part of their history. They worship Mazda. It was like a offshoot from the Greek god Mazda. You know the Mazda car? Those are Zoroastrians, right? And their being, Mazda, is called the supreme being. Well, who's their leader now? Who's their leader now? Their supreme leader. Well, I'm not false witness. Maybe that has nothing to do with it, but that's their history. You think about it. A man telling you go out there and kill innocent men, women, and children just for protesting it, peacefully protesting against what you have to say. We're not talking about riots and civil war and those things where people go out there with weapons. We're talking about like God fearing people going out there, truly God fearing people know that it's against the law to murder innocent men, women, and children. They're out there on the street protesting and they get shot down by snipers from those snipers they set up on uh, multi-story buildings, right? They're out there shooting them and killing them or whatever, hauling them in and basically uh, torturing them and killing them when they bring them into the prisons. So a man tells you to do that. What does that say for those that follow that man? They're treating that man like their supreme leader, right? And they're basically following the false gods. That's who they follow. And that's the reason why they're going after churches that do not support criminal violence in their own country. Hello. Yeah, I'm over here on Rumble looking at Rumble still. Still just have 2 viewers on Rumble. So I'm going to switch back to YouTube. Hopefully the volume's still intact on YouTube as it is in Rumble. I believe it is. I see the avatar blinking. Okay, so I just now connecting to the chat on YouTube, so it's available. Let me check the volume again. Blessings to you too. Is it Dink Jensen? Thank you. Thank you for that. Man, we all could use prayers and blessings, that's for sure. Thank you. Where are you from, Dirk? Let's see here. Okay, so I'm going to finish off what I was saying before. Now remember, Kelly Loeffler, J6, she came in there that morning to be an objector to basically expose voter fraud evidence in the state of Georgia. And when they were successful in Plan A, blocking President Trump's use of 10,000 National Guard troops to adequately secure the Capitol, they didn't need Plan B. And I didn't discuss Plan B. Let me discuss Plan B real quick. Okay, Plan A for them was to basically falsely accuse Trump of an insurrection, refuse him putting boots on the ground in the United States at the Capitol building to ensure that session wasn't breached, right? The certification process was not breached, and they were successful. They blocked President Trump from using 10,000 National Guard troops to adequately secure the Capitol. They opened up the double steel doors on the inside of the Capitol, mainly on the east side of the Capitol, away from all the Mockingbird media cameras. They were focusing on the west side of the Capitol building, where they had their confidential human sources and undercover FBI that came off the ghost buses and all that stuff without wearing the uniform who they were associated with, because they knew it was illegal, right? So they knew that they could use plausible deniability to know that wasn't a setup on J6 to fraudulently certify the elections and to restore their democracy. Now, don't blame me for using that term. That's what Kelly Loeffler said. Basically, when she made her speech, the reason why she basically changed her objection status. She said that she wants to restore they wanted to destroy the democracy and kick out basically any influence from Make America Great Again, America First, and go along with the good old boy system, going all the way back to the common law, which Chief Justice just used for the unconstitutional birthright citizenship. So anyways, they were successful. They opened up the double steel doors, motioned people to come into the Capitol, and once it got a little bit rowdy inside, they evacuated out the separate House chamber and Senate chamber in the Capitol building, so they can subvert the objectors when they were basically evacuated out of the Capitol. That's what they did. They gave their own intel briefing, basically making it sound like Trump led an insurrection into the Capitol building, right? And Trump was an insurrectionist, and they went with it right away because that was this setup. So if they could charge President Trump and impeach him and charge him with an insurrection, they weren't able to do that. See, they already had another impeachment replaced that was going to go into after Trump left office, right? They ensured that even the foreign interference report from the ODNI didn't get there in 45 days by December 18th. They made it sure, as far as the foreign interference part of the election fraud, that nobody was able to see that what they put together, and they modified that basically heavily, right? To take out those foreign powers that were involved in our elections, like the Russia stuff, the P-tape, Christopher Steele, the MI6 guy or MI5 guy working with Five Eyes, right? Remember, they were involved. And that's the reason why I had members of NATO, of that part of that kingdom, apologize to me for what they did. That's right, little ORH. The guy with the talking avatar. Let me see something here real quick. So I'm about to get to Plan B. They were successful. They gave that, the subversion letter came from Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, about the election lies. And let's see here. Oh, I'm a black hat, right? That was a few years ago. I had a little bit more gray and a little less white than I have now, but that's me, myself, and I. So if you'd rather see a picture of me while I'm talking through the avatar, picture through the avatar while I'm talking, that might help you out a little bit. That's a Stetson, by the way. That's a Stetson. Really nice hat. Got it back in the 90s. Still fits to this day. I still got a big blockhead to this day. That little guy. Okay. So they were successful. I have all the evidence. They all had all the evidence. Don't you think President Trump hadn't heard this before? I hope he has heard this before. So you have to go back and rewind the live stream. So if I forget to repeat something that I think you need to know, I'll talk about again the title of the live stream again. So you're not coming here and go, man, that's clickbait. What do you mean part of the U.S. grid is taken down? I'll explain that after I'm finished with this, okay? And I'm going to wrap it up pretty quick because I'm getting hungry. It's almost midnight. I'm burning the candle at both ends, right? Again, to help our country. But anyways, let's see here. Yeah, so the subversion letter for the objectors and for Mike Pence, and the subversion intel that they read to those certain U.S. senators and certain U.S. House of Representative people to basically go ahead and certify the fraudulent election because Trump is trying to overturn the election and he's an insurrectionist. He led the invasion into the Capitol building, right? Which is a total lie. We already got the evidence to prove it's a total lie, even though they moved everybody around in positions, planted false records or documents to make it look otherwise, right? That's why John Brennan is basically just totally paranoid and called for, don't let Donald Trump destroy the records. Don't let Donald Trump destroy the records. Remember, he was at the U.S. State Department, not the U.S. State Department, the Analysis Corporation, in charge of security of the U.S. State Department when they breached Obama's records and purged Obama's records. Tori Burgess, that was her married name, I believe. She's married to Patrick Berge. She said she worked for John Brennan, and he directed her to go into the U.S. State Department and purge Barack Obama's damning records that would have made him ineligible to be president of the United States, or to give him enough background of who he was. Because basically the people that he was associated with, like Frank Marshall Davis, and even John Brennan, was associated to the Communist Party USA. Frank Marshall Davis, who was a mentor to Barack Obama, was a member of the Communist Party USA who was under the FBI watch list. So he was on their radar. Okay. And also John Brennan. John Brennan voted for the Communist Party USA president in a U.S. election. That should have made him ineligible also. But that's who they picked to surround themselves. Bill Ayers, who I believe may have been responsible for setting explosive demolitions in the trade towers on J6, or had foreknowledge of that happening before J6, based on his Communist Manifesto he put out there on September 11th. Remember, he conspired with the New York Times to release his communist, socialist, rainbow flag and lightning symbol grievances in the New York Times, and that his grievances was no regrets, and it is in the article, no regrets for the love of explosives. Now, you can go type that in your browser bar, unless you've had too many free views of New York Times and you can't read it. You have to pay money for it, but believe me, it's there. I wouldn't lie to you. Basically, Obama's foreign and domestic policy transform America in their mark and image. I think of Satan. That's what I'm going with. That's what I believe. I'm a Christian. I believe it. I believe Barack Obama is at minimum a lieutenant of Satan, because he did help change times and laws while he was in office, right? So I do believe, but he's a lieutenant working for Satan, one of the main lieutenants, go-to guys for Satan. That's, with his fictitious marriages and that can never be consummated, basically disputing the only marriage that's possible, biologically possible, and going, that's why I call them the rainbow people. And Bill Ayers put that grievances in his manifesto for everybody to read why they attacked on 9/11. Why did they attack the towers? Because that's the symbol of America's free market system, or capitalism, which destroyed the Soviet Union, which helped win us the Cold War. If it wasn't for a free market system and capitalism, we may not have won the Cold War. They couldn't compete. The Union Socialist Soviet, remember the Union members? Union members. Does that ring bell when it comes to Democrats or Democrats, whatever? So, yeah, I don't like to use disparaging terms, but sometimes it takes those words for people to really understand who they are. Their foundation is built on death and lies. Who's their father? The father was a liar and a murderer from the very beginning, right? That's biblical. Fact check me on that one. Who was Cain? Cain was of the evil one. Evil one. Who's the evil one? Adam? I thought Adam was Cain's father. Killed Abel, right? Murdered his own brother. What do you think's going on over there in the Middle East right now? They don't teach this over there. I worship the God of Abraham. I don't even have to say Isaac, Jacob, and anybody else as far as patriots concerned. I worship the God of Abraham. What about Jerusalem? I'm pretty sure they worship the God of Abraham too. The Jews do. What about the Arabs? I think the majority of them worship the God of Abraham. What I'm trying to say is the God of Abraham did not basically command you to go murder innocent men, women, and children. If you believe that, then you better pray to the right God, because you're probably praying to Mazda or something else, or one of those other gods that God actually destroyed. Remember, God destroyed those gods in Egypt. That's why those temples, those pyramids are basically all that was all torn down. Remember the black pharaohs, Cush, the descendants of Cush, the black pharaohs, that Cush, the tribe of Cush, they disappeared. Even archaeologists can't even find out where the tribe of Cush disappeared to. This is all biblical. Go back and look at Cush. Remember Nimrod? Golly, I mean, this is all, I'm a historian. Remember the theories about Nimrod became what's that? The other person, Gilgamesh. A lot of us believe that actually Nimrod became Gilgamesh, and he was what do you call it? Part of the Nephilim, right? At least like part, like from like probably Lucifer or whatever, you know what I mean? So Gilgamesh, they thought Gilgamesh had a like a direct energy weapon buried with him in his burial, where his sarcophagus was. A lot of us believe the weapons of mass destruction, besides Iraq having basically nuclear power plants basically licensed by the U.S. Department of Energy during, I think, President Reagan. Iraq in the 80s already had weapons of mass destruction because they had control over the nuclear waste. And with the nuclear waste of their nuclear reactors, you can build and fit a dirty bomb on those scuds that they were firing off with, which the threat was the anthrax, airborne anthrax threat. Okay, so I think it's a very interesting theory or hypothesis that we went into Iraq because we couldn't afford Saddam Hussein, nor could the Middle East or that region afford Saddam Hussein to have a direct energy type weapon, right? Well, go to Independence Day if you just got here. Okay, that movie Independence Day. Let me see here. The director again, he's part of the Rainbow Flag. 1996 movie Independence Day. That's 96. That's I guess about five years before 9/11. I'd like y'all to check that out. If you go to Tubi, Tubi, go to Tubi, right? And just type in the search bar for Independence Day. Independence Day will come up and you can watch the whole movie, but with ads. Okay, it's free. Resurgence, Independence Resurgence will pop up right next to it. And when you want to watch Resurgence, but I'm asking people to watch Independence Day because Back to the Future had a premonition about 9/11. Okay, there was a TV series called the pilot TV series Lone Wolf TV series, pilot Lone Wolf TV series. You can go out there, you can pay for it. I paid for it before. Okay. Which will show that they used uninterrupted autopilot technology in that movie to strike and hit the trade tower. That's what the movie was about. What we believe happened on 9/11. We're actually using some of these breadcrumbs that I believe that even Hollywood, only the insiders in Hollywood, those people in that round circle, knew about was going to happen, like a premonition, right? So also I'll use an official premonition. In President Trump's speech to the Joint Chiefs of Staff on February 17th of 1998, there was a breadcrumb in the date timestamp, the time clock coming from the Pentagon. Okay, the date was, hey Sparks, good to see you here. Good to see you back here again. Okay, so when did that, during that was you can go watch that video of that briefing President Clinton was making. President Clinton was the first one that went out there and supported going back to war with Iraq based on Saddam Hussein's weapons of mass destruction. It wasn't George W. Bush. So they got George W. Bush in a box because I'll talk about it. It all has to do with Crawford Ranch, or that ranch, George W. Bush Ranch in Dallas, Texas, which there's a TFR. Go to George Magazine and type in your browser, George Magazine, Cindy Crawford, photo shoot, front page photo shoot, right? They use Cindy Crawford for John F. Kennedy Jr. used Cindy Crawford for everybody to direct your attention to who the real culprits were that murdered his father, President John F. Kennedy. Okay? Crawford Ranch. So you didn't know what George that are talking about. It goes back to the CIA director, George Herbert Walker Bush. So in case you didn't know it, George W. was part of the Bush family, right? So Crawford Ranch, so to get you to go to that direction, JFK Jr. was very, very clever. Hopefully he's under protected custody right now. They're protecting that guy if he's still alive. I know a guy faked his death and wasn't found out until like 4 or 5 months later. And if he wasn't being too public with his activities, it probably never was found out. And he had a different name, and the name just happened to be on a wanted list or watch list. So they started following this guy, and never mind, I'll end there because I'll stop there. Loretta Fuddy, for example, the health and human services director in Hawaii, that basically helped create the birth certificate of another other than Barry Soetoro Obama, whatever his real name is. But anyways, she could be under protective custody. They could have had an operation, gave her oxygen mask and said, follow us, and under the water below that craft that crashed offshore of Hawaii. There was a federal marshal, from what I understand, on that flight too as well. She's the only one that ended up dying. They claim she died. So that's when you take people in a protected custody, the real idea of that person you got to protect. So it wouldn't be called protected custody, right? So anyways, that's another theory for you. And by the way, I think all these people, they didn't have an open casket funeral. JFK Jr. didn't have an open casket funeral. So once you cremate the body, there's no remnants of DNA. I don't think they had the ability to test for DNA back then when JFK Jr. died, and that his plane crashed in that Cessna he had. But anyways, there's some videos which shows it looks like Loretta Fuddy. She's just sitting there, no problem, floating on debris like everybody else was that survived the crash, waiting to be rescued. She just sinks underwater and disappears. And there was a naval exercise going on not too far away from there. So, yep, possibility. I know things happen that you would never believe happened before, but they have happened. And there's a lot of good, honest people out there. Just think about it. Who would have the motive to take out JFK Jr.? Just think of those terms. Who had the motive to take out Ronald Reagan? I won't go into that. Who was next in line of succession? Who was the Republican member of Congress that was in Dallas, Texas on November 22nd of 1963, and then seemed like he just kept on saying he can't remember where he's at, or he kept on changing the story where he was at, right? He was there, basically. I don't know what he was there for. But anyways, yeah, JFK Jr. to telegraph, and maybe that's what got him in trouble. Maybe they already had him under protected custody. Basically, part of that was NDAs or whatever. And he got too open with it. And I think the Cindy Crawford for them was the last straw for him to permanently silence him or take him in real protected custody. You know, sometimes they'll throw you in prison to keep you in protected custody. You know, like those horror movies sometimes, until they find out the truth and they find these monsters for themselves, they'll throw you in a cell. There's a lot of two-legged monsters out there that are in the human race, right? I'm not specifying skin tans or lack thereof either in what I'm just saying. So a lot of that stuff that goes on, right, that we don't know about, and we ain't been read into the operations. So let's see. Okay, back to plan A. We have already, that horse is buried 1,000 feet. In case you didn't know, the Capitol Hill setup was a setup to basically ensure that President Trump never got in office again, to help ensure that they destroyed all those pesky MAGA people out there, law-abiding, God-fearing, respectful people out there, right? Would never have any more influence in our elections again, to include the American First, right? Or those that claim to be part of American First. Like some people that sell themselves out for stock options or stocks or shares in a certain company, and then start going out there and being anti-Trump as you can be after even knowing what happened in Georgia. Where was she at about Georgia, right? So plan B, if Trump got his wish of 10,000 National Guard troops to adequately secure the Capitol on J6 of 2021, they had to go to plan B to evacuate out the senators in the separate Senate chamber, the representatives in the separate House chamber, and Mike Pence and everybody else. They had to get them evacuated out of the Capitol, falsely accused President Trump of an insurrection, which we all know he wasn't part of. And think about it, even judges are part of that criminal conspiracy, not allowing discovery or exculpatory evidence. Remember all those people they put in prison that were innocent. I watched on camera myself as man in law enforcement uniform, motion people to come into the Capitol building on the east side of the Capitol, where the Mockingbird media had all their cameras fixated on the west side of the Capitol building, right? So when he motioned them to come in, moving the temporary bicycle barriers aside, oh, you're motioning in law enforcement, right? Law enforcement all wearing Trump apparel? Really? And then they come in, they open up the double steel doors on the east side of the Capitol building, and they start motioning them in. They could go in, right? They had lined up underclothes officers, confidential human sources in plain clothes. We don't even know where they were, just like when the raid at Mar-a-Lago, right? They had to wear a polo shirt, civilian shirt or whatever, golf shirt, whatever, hide whatever affiliation they had with the Department of Homeland Security, DOJ, whatever. What was that Attorney General's Merrick Garland or Comey or Christopher Wray or any of those other people, right? You couldn't wear their uniform. You had to wear a golf shirt, and you had to wear or a polo shirt with no symbols on it, and you have to basically conceal your weapons, and you're authorized the use of lethal force. Lethal force. You know, as far as the stupidity, I hate to say it. I don't like to use those terms. As far as the stupidity goes with these people, they can't even understand what I'm saying right now. They have so much stereotypes and all this stuff and superstitions and you name it. And they're judgmental. All there are probably some people out there, oh, he's not a white hat, he's wearing a black hat. I had that black hat since 1990s. It's a Stetson hat. Okay? I was working for a NATO unit at the time when I bought that hat. Command and control. So, anyways, oh, I got a white hat too. I got a couple of white hats. I got a white hat from Cletus McFarland, you know. Got it in a NASCAR. I haven't seen any of his recent races, but Arco, I think he's into Arco racing and that kind of thing. Yeah, I got a hat from him. It's mainly to keep the sun out of from getting sunburn or whatever. And I got another white straw hat. So maybe I'll get a picture of me in a white hat, make people feel better. At ease, soldier. At ease, airman. Calm down. I'm a good guy. Whether you believe it or not. Don't listen to all the trolls. Don't judge an avatar by its cover. Okay? Please. Okay, plan B. Finally got around to it, right? I got around the discombobulation machine that they fire at you with the direct energy, probably. That's probably MK Ultra. They're using on a lot of us where we forget names and we forget right mid-sentence. Somebody like Christopher Wray, Bill Ayers, Norm Eisen, what's the other guy's name? Steven Spielberg. Let's see. Roland. What's his name? Roland Emmerich, the director of Independence Day. Okay, plan B, and I'm going to get back to the director of Independence Day and the reason why I'm calling the flag guy. You'll find it. You'll figure it out. If you go read their Communist Socialist Manifesto in the New York Times called No Regrets for the Love of Explosives, Memoir of Sorts from Bill Ayers, you'll understand exactly what I'm talking about. Because the Weather Underground, their symbol, their patch is the rainbow and lightning. The lightning, in my opinion, refers to Barack Obama. Barack is spelled in Hebrew. You can go to the Hebrew Concordance, type in Barack as is written in the Bible, then go to the concordance, look it up, and you'll get the transliterary way to pronounce Barak. In Hebrew, it's spelled Baraq. That's a transliteration of a name. So the soundings are identical. Yeshua and Joshua. You know that? Hat tip to you. Joshua is a transliteration, means the names sound similar. That's the English name for Yeshua. Yeshu is Yeshua. Joshua, the son of Nun, of course, is not who we're talking about. We're talking about, you can talk about him too. Joshua, the son of Nun, his name in Aramaic and or Hebrew is Yeshua or Yahshua with an A, right? Same name, same Hebrew name as Christ, but in his language. That's an example of transliteration. Now, Barack, as in Barack Hussein Obama, that is written Baraq. It still has the same sounding. That's the transliteration of the name Barack, and it means lightning. Lightning, of course, is what our true Messiah, Yeshua, our Messiah, Mashiach, right, is said he saw Satan coming down in lightning. Lightning. So basically, Barack Obama came from nowhere, from out of nowhere. Most people didn't know who the guy was. We had no idea who he was. Yeah, he became senator of the state of Illinois, but he wasn't in that position very long. First term senator. He was a state senator of Illinois. And guess where he got all his help at climbing up the ladder? Of his communist socialist buddies, especially those in the rainbow flag and the lightning, rainbow and lightning flag. So Barack, Barq, in the concordance, strong concordance, or Barak spelled as in Brock in the Bible. You can Google search Barak in Bible scripture, get that name, go to the Strong's Concordance on that number of that name, and basically get the transliteration vocalization of Barak, which means lightning. Okay, so now going back to the Capitol building, Plan B was if President Trump was successful in adequately securing the Capitol building so they would go through the process and it wouldn't be jerry-rigged with interruptions and loud, like banging sounds, like they throw a desk on the ground or something, or they're hitting the floor with a hammer. You know, they interrupted Dr. Paul Gosar multiple times. They had to basically call order, and they evacuated for a little while. They came back into session and gave Dr. Paul Gosar, the extra 2 minutes, the 2 minutes he had remaining, to basically publicly disclose in that separate House chamber the election fraud that occurred in the state of Arizona. One of the first things he said, there was 30,000 illegals voting in our elections in Arizona, which was above the number that they said that they won. in the elections in November of 2020, right? So, anyways, then when the breach occurred, they went out. They were subverted with that Georgia Secretary of State fraudulent election letter, which was a subversion letter to Mike Pence, to those Democrats and Republicans and independents in the House separate chamber and the Senate chamber, and they had their own modified custom intel briefing that basically falsely accused Trump of leading the election insurrection, so they can basically keep Trump from ever having office again. They were successful in it. But if they were not successful in doing that, that plan B was to call in a bomb scare. Or how were they going to do that? We already know how they were going to do that, because they already planted. Someone already had a plan. Oh, another lone wolf working on his own went and planted pipe bombs at the DNC headquarters building and the RNC headquarters building, right? Remember that? Okay, that was plan B. They didn't need plan B. Remember that one congressional representative? They wanted to interrupt the session. They were voting on something he didn't like. What did he do? He went to that door that would sound off the alarm or whatever. He went and opened the door to sound off that alarm so he could evacuate out the Capitol building. Remember? So that's what they're good. Oh, bomb scare. There's a bomb scare. I don't know. We have video of him actually pulling the alarm or opening that door, which sounded the alarm, right? So that's an insurrection, isn't it? Yes, it is an insurrection. So, okay, I clarified that. If you have to go back and forth from the beginning, and you'll pick up on a lot of other things that I'm talking about. Okay, so the reason why I'm bringing up Independence Day, it looked like some people had a premonition about what was going to happen on 9/11, September 11, 2001, way in advance. Okay, I'm going to start with President Clinton. He was the first one that was out there supporting the idea of going back to war in Iraq due to Saddam Hussein's weapons of mass destruction. The first one that got on their gravy train or whatever, that was Bill Clinton. That wasn't George W. Bush. George W. Bush came in. He was really like the stooge, right? He was in place. All that stuff was already put in place before he even got in office. Remember, they have to keep all that stuff hidden. They had to keep all that stuff classified, right? The Kennedy killing, all that stuff, right? 9/11, everything you can imagine, right? They had to keep all that classified. So, Bill Clinton, we already had the Northern Alliance that started that in 1992. We remember the main leader of the Northern Alliance to basically take out Saddam, not Saddam Hussein, Bin Laden in Afghanistan. We were already part of the Northern Alliance. We had NATO members working with us. We had the UK working with us. We had, or we were working with them, one or the other. Canada was part of that. Iran was part of that. Listen up, people. And Russia was members of the Northern Alliance to help try to find and take out Osama bin Laden, right? Osama bin Laden. They were put in place in 1992. Okay, so they went in to take out the Al Qaeda leaders and the Taliban in Afghanistan all the way back in 1992. So, but the problem was Saddam Hussein. Maybe they didn't want Saddam Hussein to get the direct energy weapons like Dr. Judy Wood and I believe used on 9/11 to take down the towers. So I'll get into that maybe another time again. I talked about this before. But anyways, the first time I heard and during my research, I found that President Clinton was basically supporting the notion to go back into war against, this was after Desert Shield and Desert Storm, and we bombed those presidential palaces, and Saddam Hussein will never come back and sit around that campfire and sing Kumbaya with us ever again. They already had the capability with the Scuds to fire off dirty bombs using nuclear waste because the U.S. Department of Energy licensed the nuclear power plants in Iraq and also in Iran. So go and figure, right? They can say, oh, it was the IAEA, International Atomic Energy Agency, right? Right? They can say that is all they want to, but if it wasn't for the U.S. Department of Energy, Saddam Hussein would have never had nuclear power plants for peacetime or trying to use as for wartime to take over all the oil fields, possibly in Saudi Arabia as well. So Saddam Hussein did have weapons of mass destruction because he had anthrax and he had the ability to deliver anthrax attacks, which is an airborne virus. A lot of people say was developed in a lab in Russia or wherever. Okay. I don't know if that's true or not, but might be. But anyways, so in that speech, I want to get back to the facts, just the facts, Jack, right? Okay, in that speech that Bill Clinton made to the Joint Chiefs of Staff in the Pentagon, which had the clock going, I'm going to call it the Q clock going, okay? On February 17th, 1998, during that briefing, you had Al Gore there, the vice president made a speech. You had the Joint Chiefs of Staff, I think it was Shelton, if I remember correctly. He gave a speech. I think pretty much all the Joint Chiefs were there that day. Okay, and that video you can go watch on C-SPAN. It's called the Iraqi Situation Report. It's on C-SPAN. When you pull up that video, you find it. Okay. Bring up that video. When you play it, make sure you're on full screen or full page when you view that video from C-SPAN, and make sure you get where you can see on your display that clock, because this verifies what I'm about to tell you or tell people. And some people will just say it's a coincidence. It could be a coincidence, but this is a heck of a coincidence. Okay. When President Clinton began to speak, he got down to the part where, if we have to use military force, he began that part to say, I know the men and women when in uniform when called upon are ready. We were ready. I was ready already back in 1998. We were ready. We were ready by 9/11. Let's just put it that way. I know I was ready. Hey, Mel. Hey, Melinda. Good to see you here. Richie. Wow. Wow. I hope you guys and gals share this live stream tonight because it's packed full of information. A lot of this information you might have heard before, but probably not in this context. I talked about how they're going to steal the elections again, or I think the primary way they're going to steal elections again. I went through that, okay, with the electronic ballot return. voting by email, printing out ballots from from online, getting ballots, printing them out on your printer, right? Filling them out and faxing them off or emailing them back. Getting an email with your ballot online. And remember, there's like 700 military or U.S. facilities around the world. Think about all those people that can vote in our elections. Think about all those Jesse, what was Morgan? Remember the contractor worked for the U.S. Post Office, was delivering those ballots and those Gaylords, pristine ballots. How do you think they got them pristine? They got the ballots by email and they printed them out. There's no envelope and there's no creases. Pristine ballots. That's where you saw them perfectly filled in markings on the ballots. That's where they came from. Remember, there was a lot of white hats in our military, and there's also a lot of black hats. Remember Kelly, Senator Kelly, the astronaut? He was, what, a captain, something in the Navy or something like that? A lot of black hats out there. They want to save their democracy, which means they want to overthrow the United States of America because this is a republic. Article 4, Section 4 means that. That's what Kelly Loeffler was communicating on J6 when she removed her as an objector to certifying the elections. That means she's going to go ahead and certify the elections so they can restore the democracy, socialist communist democracy. Those that have proxies, terrorist proxies around the world too. That they have the power to activate them. They have the power to allow them to spew their same propaganda, even the same signs they were using against Trump during that funeral procession of the Ayatollah, whatever, where they were mourning at. They had exact same posters that they were using effigies against Trump. They used them again, but they added a term. These heads will be rolling. They added, what's her name? Other people. I don't know how many names they added to that list. Now, I hope this government basically warns people that's name was on that list and don't let it be quiet because you might benefit from it some shape or some form or way, right? Either monetarily or in power, positions of power. You shouldn't be blocking that information. You got to give each of us a right to protect ourselves. So, anyways, yes, plan B again. I'm getting back on track again. Plan B again was to call in a bomb scare. That's what the pipe bomber was. That's why they lackadaisically, they didn't really want to even investigate it, right? I don't care what you believe. I don't care what anybody else believes. I'm not going to change the evidence that I have researched and put out there in public unless somebody comes forward and makes a correction and has the facts to back it up. Not just what you believe or what you're feeling at that moment, right? Time or day. Okay. So they already Bill Clinton, he's the first one that came out there and basically supported the notion to go back to war against Iraq based on their weapons of mass destruction. And there's other reasons for that too. We were running the southern no-fly zone. We never really, after Desert Shield, Desert Storm ended, Desert Shield came first, Desert Storm came later. Guess who we're shielding? Our allies in the Middle East, in that region. Those that worship the God of Abraham. Okay? All right. Hopefully that's cleared up. The true God of Abraham, those that worship the true God of Abraham. All right. So in President Clinton's speech, at the time I was on active duty, I was in a managerial position. My office was right across the hall from the Intel branch. When the first plane hit the tower, we all started gathering around the CNN news coverage of the plane hitting the tower. Then I was there when the second plane hit the tower. Then I was saying we needed to basically launch our alert birds and basically see if this is hijacking going on or whatever. I was help part of scrambling aircraft whenever we have a hijack, or 7700 emergency, which is a general emergency, or 7600, which is a radio out emergency. Okay, so anyways, that speech was on C-SPAN, is still on C-SPAN, and President Clinton's talking about basically going back to war again in Iraq due to Saddam Hussein's weapons of mass destruction. So, in the speech, he said, I know the men and women in uniform, when called upon, are ready. I'm not quoting it directly, but it's almost directly. But I know the men and women in uniform, when called upon, are ready. Golly, I can't believe I forgot that word. The American people have to be ready as well. I know this is directly from that speech, the Iraqi situation report, dated February 17th, 1998. And if you go about 4 or 5 spaces later, you're going to see a number 1. That's the Q clock. The Q clock was the quantum clock, right? The more accurate clock, the more technologically correct clock. Okay? It doesn't just go down to the seconds. It goes down to the milliseconds. Right? Especially having to do the stuff with stuff that goes really, 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 really fast. If you catch my drift. Okay. When President Clinton began to say, I know the men, when he said the American people have to be ready as well, where do you think the time stop, that Q clock started? When he said the men and women in uniform are ready, I know the men and women in uniform, when they're called upon, are ready. The American people have to be ready as well. When he said the American people have to be ready as well, that was at 9/11. The date timestamp was at September 11th, 2001. That's what the 1 meant. And see, people leave and they don't let me finish this because they go, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. You're crazy as cuckoo Cocoa Puffs, whatever. That's fine. You can do that. You can do that if you want to. But I'm so sick of people attacking good, honest people. And believe me, if I figured this out, other people can figure it out as well. The 9/11 attack was partially orchestrated, in my opinion, by communists and socialists that were already in our country. And, you know, that's the reason why you have that propaganda of it was Israelis, Jews out there dancing and celebrating the attacks. Okay, there might have been some wayward Jews there, but they went behind destroy. They didn't have the direct energy to destroy those trade towers, which I do believe they came down with it. Basically, the planes hitting the towers helped, but it was also the explosive demolitions. And why did they target? Again, why did they target the trade towers? Because that was a symbol of capitalism, which defeated the Soviet Union during the Cold War. Yeah, you know what? They might have had their patsies. They had plenty of patsies. But think about this. Bill Ayers put out a communist socialist manifesto with a rainbow flag and the lightning. I've already discussed that. Planned it, conspired with the New York Times before September 11, 2001, to have that put in the New York Times before the first plane hit the tower. That's the important thing. Those newspapers were already out there on the stands, and for people that basically go through all and looking for communications, it wasn't on the front page. It wasn't on the front page. Okay, so I'm going to use another example. Now, so again, now it's like 45 9/11, right? I don't think that referred to. I'm talking about the Q clock that is on display when you watch that video from C-SPAN, the Iraq Situation Report. When you're looking at it right then, when Bill Clinton says the American people have to be ready as well, that started with Americans, started at 9/11. Then it ended at 9/12 when he said, well, the American people have to be ready as well. Now you have to put in brackets. Whatever number came before the 9, you don't put you put the 9 in the bracket, right? You put the 1 up there across from 1998. You put the 1 in bracket, the kill bracket. When they're going to launch that directed energy attack on the trade towers. Okay? And also, just a coincidence, the guy, Nikita Khrushchev's death was September 11th, 1971. Google search it, please. Somebody please go fact check me. That was the 30th year anniversary of Nikita Khrushchev's death. And that's when they made their mark. They made their mark on that day. For you to remember, capitalism defeated socialism and communism. That's what defeated them. And everyone involved. Look, they even mentored Barack Obama. You know what Barack Obama did the first day in office? Talking about records like John Brennan, paranoid John Brennan out there, the guy that voted for a Communist Party USA presidential candidate. And okay, that's the qualifications you got to have to be the leader of the Central Intelligence Agency and to be the leader of the Five Eyes. Of course, given the green light by the QE, right? Or King Charles. when you look at that clock, again, I'm going to repeat this. It says February 17th or 17th February, I think it was February 17th, 1998. So what the President of the United States, in my opinion, was telling everybody, Bill Clinton, William Jefferson Clinton, was telling everybody the American people have to be ready as well. But it goes even deeper and further. The quantum clock said when you take those last 9/11 and put 9/11 in brackets, you put that 1 in brackets. That's the kill brackets. That's the kill brackets. Okay, in the movie, let's do this again. Independence Day. You can watch that free on Tubi, Tubi. I'm going to put the avatar photograph again like I did before. Now, if you came in and say hello and blessings and all that stuff in chat and I didn't see you, pardon me, because this is a one-man show. Okay? Okay. Let's go here. Got to change the avatar. Make sure I don't hit the mute button again. I don't believe I did it yesterday, but I could have. So I was getting spammed out big time. Okay, so where's that? Okay, here it is. I have the new avatar. Now we're going to talk about other quinky dinks. How did Back to the Future know about 9/11? Remember? I don't even remember 9/11 back in 2001. I didn't even know that system. But from what I understood, from what I understand now to this day, foreign allies, or you could call them maybe other, they have access to that system, which means they get the calls. They get copies, they get notified of 911 calls. If they're basically influencing a certain area or conducting watch list, they got power of being notified by 911 calls. I don't remember 911. I remember calling like the operator back in 9/11, like on those old rotary phones. Yeah, I think they were digital by that time in 2001, but still, I don't remember the 9/11 system, at least from what it is today. But some of this could be directed at that, but it's too big of a coincidence with that Q clock basically showing right at when President Clinton said, he's talking about going back to war in Iraq based on Saddam Hussein's weapons of mass destruction. He said, I know the men and women in uniform, when called upon, are ready. The American people have to be ready as well. So that speech was on February 17th of 1998. Okay? So that's a long time, 5 years for us to be ready, right? They must have figured this out. They basically funded it. They funded that operation way back, or they used that as an excuse to covertly fund it. Remember the $2.3 trillion in missing receipts that Donald Rumsfeld, the Secretary of Defense, exposed on September what? 9/10, 2020, 2001, right? On 9/10 of 9/10, 2001, that's when Donald Rumsfeld came out and publicly said there's basically $2.3 trillion in missing receipts from the DOD or the Pentagon, right? And he's calling for upgrades to the antiquated system to be able to do audits, right? Did they ever truly audit the Pentagon yet? I don't know. But on 9/11, when that plane hit that record section, that kind of pretty much put a big old monkey wrench into auditing, where that $2.3 trillion went to, right? Didn't it? And those FBI offices, CIA offices, and DHS offices, not the DHS, it didn't come into fruition until after 9/11. But a lot of those offices, they had classified information. Remember, those were the trade towers. Trade towers. So anyways, so right at that point, so when you get to that video, it might say 40, the time like 45 minutes, whatever, before the 9/11. But 9/11 is what you use, and 9/11 is what you put in the bracket. They started out preparing for getting the people ready to go back to war in Iraq based on Saddam Hussein's weapons of mass destruction. Remember, we were already in Afghanistan to take out Bin Laden. And remember, that's the Northern Alliance. We're part of it. At the end of December, I believe we already killed Bin Laden in a cave or mountains of Tora Bora, Afghanistan. I really believe that he was already killed. And that's the reason why Fox News came out on December 26th of 2001, is everybody listening, and made a report. Fox News report. Bin Laden already dead. You go to the first paragraph, it says Osama Laden. They changed his name to Osama Laden. So were they lying? So that could have been the double, Bin Laden double, whatever, or the real McCoy, right? So that's in the article. RH didn't print out that article. Fox News report. You can look it up right now. Not only did they report and put that report out, they updated it on January 13th of 2015 because there's a new sheriff coming to town. Remember when the primaries began, 2015? Who came out, threw their hat into the ring? Who came down the escalator, right? It was Donald John Trump and Melania Trump. They came down the escalator in Trump Tower, right, to throw their hat in the ring. In June of 2015, remember? A new sheriff coming to town. So it looks like people were trying to clean up their act, and maybe Murdoch maybe knew some things that we didn't. Because it was his Fox News to put out the report, Bin Laden already dead, all the way back to December 26th, 2001. And they updated the same report, the same exact report, Bin Laden already dead, in January 13th of 2015. 2015. What happened before? What happened after December 26th of 2001? What happened after? Well, first of all, the Northern Alliance disbanded because they accomplished their mission, in my opinion, taking out either Osama bin Laden or one of the devils. Yeah, one of the devils maybe, or one of the decoys or doubles. Right? That's who they took out. And the war was already ready to go. They were preparing to go back to war in Iraq. That's one of the main reasons of 9/11. Remember who was an ally with us in the Northern Alliance? Russia, Russia, Russia. Who was another? Man, that's great extortion material, right? Isn't it great extortion material? If you knew bin Laden was already dead, you were part of the Northern Alliance, you were there, verified it. They needed a boogeyman. They needed the money. They needed the money. They started collecting that money, and that's the reason why that $2.3 trillion was missing in receipts. And Donald Rumsfeld came out and publicly and honestly revealed that to everyone that was willing to listen. They were building up that operation to take out Saddam Hussein based on weapons of mass destruction. So who else was assisting us in the Northern Alliance to take out bin Laden in Afghanistan and the Taliban and the Al-Qaeda leaders, which included bin Laden, and take back over Kabul? Russia was a member of the Northern Alliance. Iran, member of the Northern Alliance. Now, when I say Iran, member of the Northern Alliance, remember, it's the same Islamic Republic of Iran. It's the same Ayatollahs, the leaders, whether it's their children now or they replaced them, of the leaders of the IRGC were helping us in Afghanistan. Who else was helping us in Afghanistan? In the Northern Alliance, a member of the Northern Alliance. Ukraine. Well, golly, RH, where'd you learn all this stuff from? There's 5 people here. Please share this information. You probably heard some of this, but I'm pretty sure you're not as crazy as I am, and you heard all of this stuff, as crazy as it may be. Yeah. Back on September 11th, 2001, when I was in my office across from the Intel branch, and they had CNN going after the first plane hit the tower, and we all gathered around and watched that as the events unfolded. After that happened, our bosses were gone. They were all already, because I'm not going to talk about the affiliation, but I'm going to go back and talk about real quick before I forget the title of the live stream. So people that came in waiting for that, how did part of the grid of the United States come down? I'm going to tell you part of the grid did come down in the state of Florida. At least in the state of Florida, we're part of the union. We're part of one. We have that beautiful star of those other 49 stars on our beautiful Old Glory. Okay? So, at around on July 4th, on Independence Day in Florida, around 11 a.m. in the morning, a little after 11 a.m. in the morning, our grid went down. Our grid went down, or part of the grid went down. I got a call from TECO. Now, that TECO is the area, that's Tampa Electric. That's Tampa metropolitan area, and it also includes other counties as well, like Polk County. TECO services Tampa. I think Tampa is the second or third largest city in Florida. Jacksonville's the largest city in Florida. I think not Orlando. Golly, no, I can't remember the city down south. What's that big city down south in Florida? Golly, I can't believe I can't remember that. It's not Orlando. That huge city on the coastline, right? Um, lot of Cuban Americans, Salt of the Earth people live there. Can anybody write that city in chat if you remember it? Yeah, it's okay. So I'm just going to go ahead and move on. If I remember the name of that city, I'll tell y'all in a little bit. But I'm pretty sure Tampa's either the second largest population or that city down Miami. Miami, that city in Miami, right? Or Miami. Miami's the city. Golly, what's wrong with me, RH? But I'm getting tired. Been going out. This is like over 5 hours, so bear with me. I'm gonna scroll down to get to where the current chat is right now. Okay, so bear with me. So at a little after 11 a.m. in the morning on Independence Day, July 4th, I received a robocall from TECO telling that my power was out or about to be out, and they were sorry about it, but whatever, they're working to find out the reason for the outage as soon as they restore power, right? So about an hour later, I got remember, I got the robocall around about 11 a.m., a little bit after 11 a.m. Now that call might have came after, which it normally does, after I already lost power. People in our grid lost power. People in our grid lost power. We lost our power, our electric, okay? Around 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern time. And TECO, Tampa Electric, which oversees our grid in our area, right? Our region or whatever. The robocall called me up and said they apologize for the outage in my area, and they're going to work out to restore the power and the cause of the power. So about an hour later, after the outage occurred, after our grid was down, another robocall came out, and I answered the call. It was a real call. The first one I had was a robocall that was saved to my voicemail. I have that to this day. But the next call, I was ready, and I picked up the phone, and it was the robocall. It said, "We have restored power. The cause of the power outage in our area was due to a foreign object in our equipment." Now, foreign object is direct quote from what they told me, the robocall information. What the robot told me, AI or whatever they use for the robocalls. We restored power in your area. The cause of the power outage was due to a foreign object in our equipment. They didn't say they were going to further investigate. I hope they're going to investigate. Now, I'm not being paranoid. It might be a nothing burger, you know, and somebody might call somebody they think they know that's like one of the lower, foot soldiers in Tico, and they say, "Oh, come on, man! We have that happening all the time. We got like pigeons fly on our equipment or whatever. And it's foreign to our equipment, and we had to take necessary precautions to save the pigeon. We don't want him getting electrocuted. Could have been a weasel, like took down the what do you call that? That great that collider. What's that collider called in Switzerland? Remember weasels chewed the wires, and they couldn't bring up that do that collision of those particles, that particle collider. CERN, that's the name of it. CERN, that's right. So yeah, it was a weasel. That's a foreign object in our equipment, and we know we had to basically shut the whole part of that grid. Now you're thinking about, okay, they could have been 2,500, it could have been 10,000, it could have been a million. I don't know, but if it was a million, if they're just probing the weaknesses in our grid, guess what? It's an isolated event, and I hope they're investigating. Maybe they're already training. I want them, when it comes to what's going on with the war that Iran declared against America, and they have those flags out there, red flags, and the effigies of President Trump. Laura Loomer. Why is Laura Loomer's name on their list for the heads to roll? Her name and her picture. Who all else did they put out there on that list of assassination threats, to include President Trump and everybody pretty much else that's speaking the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? But do you know those effigies are almost very similar to what they used for President Trump, not only on American soil during their riots and protest, whatever, right? Or when they're burning down cities. Those same effigies were basically being displayed in NATO countries as well. In the UK, I think in London, in the capital, they were flying those like big balloon baby Trump in the baby diapers, effigies of, just like what what's her name, Kathy Griffin, allowed to be posted all over the place, and even Fox News was entertaining posting Kathy Griffin's effigy, the heads rolling part thing, right? Something very similar. And they're aiding and abetting Iran, using everything, what do you call it? Psychological warfare operations still against American people. When you go look at the mainstream media reports or news, over 90% of it's negative towards Trump. It's only going to get worse before November, because they want to take over the supermajority. They want to restore their communist socialist democracy. That's what, in my opinion, Kelly Loeffler referred to on J6, and removed herself as objection status, right? Because they fed her the information to subvert her. And in her mind, she was going by emotions and not by the facts. Even the facts that she had evidence of irregularities, she called it. Okay, so what do you do when you have irregularities? Just go take some X-Lax, right? No, but we're talking about our elections, how they overthrew the United States of America using the pandemic. using the electronic ballots returns, using counterfeit ballots, using the sticker boxes, using the media, Mockingbird media, to spew their propaganda and be main part of their psychological warfare operations. To this day, celebrities probably pay covertly from the Special Activities Center Political Action Group, which is the CIA port group where they influence elections, both foreign and domestic. So remember those 51 intel chiefs basically had signed off on that letter that the Hunter Biden laptop had all the hallmarks of Russian disinformation or whatever they said, or Russian influence. That proves it right there. That's a bold-faced lie. From what I understand, Hunter Biden had more than one laptop. Where did the other laptop go? Remember, he brought in the laptops. And what about the Anthony Weiner laptop? Where did all those laptops go? Well, they probably destroyed them with a hammer, right? Or with a cloth. Well, they wiped those clean with a cloth, right? John Brennan, you're an expert in that, aren't you? According to Tory Berge, you are. Remember Patrick Berge, her husband? That falling out, right? One of them went like bikers for Trump. I think some of them, they basically, I guess they might have been paid to, maybe they were conducting surveillance on MAGA people, J6. Maybe Patrick Berge was conducting surveillance on MAGA people in the crowd. Who knows? Maybe he's a confidential human source. J6, because he turned anti-Trump. He went from Trump to anti-Trump. No, he wanted to be a Secretary of State or something, an election supervisor or something like that, and he wasn't voted in. You know, there's a lot of people they got a grudge against Trump because he didn't basically help them get into positions of power. I don't know if that has anything to do with it, Patrick. I don't know. But anyways, okay, some of them could be saying Trump allowed him to do that. Trump allowed him to steal the elections, whatever. He was doing everything he can to put out the truth. I mean, he does that almost every single day, puts his life on the line for all of us. Look how many assassination attempts that we know of, and think about all the ones we don't even know of that they cover up from the public, because there might be somebody, some little RH out there that might do some research and basically uncover the cover up. So, I don't. Well, thank you for those 4 people that stuck in there this long. Let me see if there's anything that you think that needs to be clarified or cleared up a little bit or explained a little bit better. Okay, let me go back to the Independence Day. That's right. I remember now. What in the world are you talking about far as Independence Day and 9/11? Well, that avatar picture is taken, it's a screenshot in the movie Independence Day that came out. Remember, that came out 2 years before President Clinton's speech about, and remember all the Hollywood stuff that comes out about 9/11, how they had all these premonitions or they're like prophets or whatever. Remember, The Simpsons had stuff about 9/11. Back to the Future, I believe, had stuff come out about 9/11, like hints. There was uh, a television series that came out about, I believe, about 9/11, the means that they were going to use to basically strike the trade towers, and it was called the pilot series Lone Wolf episode. You have to go to that. You can Google that. You might have to pay for it, but basically, it's really important. It's only a few bucks because it's just one episode of the pilot series called The Lone Wolf. Okay? Lone Wolf, like John Hinckley Jr., or Lee Harvey Oswald, Crooks, Ruth. Remember all those other lone wolves? Maybe that's the reason why they called it Lone Wolf. But in that series, they had uninterrupted autopilot installed in the commercial aircraft, and they were going to basically take away the pilot's ability to actually take back control of the autopilot and crash that plane, that commercial airliner, right into the trade towers, one of the trade towers. I do believe that was part of what happened. Now, that makes a little bit you can understand about now what I'm going to talk about. Okay, the pilot series now, Able Danger, a Army intelligence branch of the armed forces, basically warned, they were trying to warn the CIA, whatever, that they had chatter that they knew about the hijackers. The hijackers may not have even known. The hijackers that came from Saudi Arabia, they might have basically been basically activated, said you got to report to wherever they're in that flight was supposed to go to, right? So anyways, they got on the plane, they had box cutters if they did, or whatever they had to take control over the cockpit, get the pilots out of there, or whatever, right? To take back control of the cockpit. They might have only, so it don't make sense they were going to kill them. They're going to take over that aircraft one way or the other. But they might have thought that they were just hijacking the aircraft and basically call for, what do you call that? Money, try to bribe people for, extort people for money to say, okay, we'll give you back your people on this plane if you give us so much money, give us this and that, and you do this in the war over there or that in the war over there, maybe in Afghanistan or Iraq or wherever it was, right? So, anyways, those hijackers may not have even known what they're going to do. They might not have even known that they were going to basically take control. Outside source that was going to implement the uninterrupted autopilot technology and run those planes into the towers and into the Pentagon. That's the only thing that makes sense to me, because those guys didn't have. I have simulation training in 747s. I have simulation training on helicopters. I have simulation training, Microsoft simulation training in F-18 and doing carrier landings. You can find all that on my channel, on my YouTube channel. You can look it up under either Son of Liberty 111, my gamer channel. You know, when I'm out there trying to save the Earth from an alien invasion, like Independence Day movie, right? Okay, so you can go out there and watch that. You can go watch those videos. I even did a flyby over Mar-a-Lago, and I about lost it, about crashed that aircraft. And it's so real, it makes you want to go, oh my God, say something like that. I'm going to crash it. It's like it's real, That's Microsoft Flight Simulator I have. Okay, I can pretty much fly pretty much any plane. The SR-72, for example, I think it's called. I flew that for a little while. Very, very, very hard, by the way. Um, but anyway, if you want to see some of my gaming stuff, saving the Earth from or other planets from alien invasions from hostiles, help save other ally planets and those people on those planets. Hey, if you're really, really bored and you want to go to sleep really quick, go listen to one of RH's shows. So I'll watch one of our videos. Okay, so anyways, yeah, so that pilot series, TV series, that was in April or March, the latest of 2001. That series, that episode was in April. Let me repeat that again. That was in April before 9/11. So who conjured up the idea? See, this is Hollywood. This is Hollywood. There's producers. There's people probably in that inner circle of Hollywood that knew what was going to happen before the big events happened. I'll just use one minor incidents. Remember what they did to Roger Stone at ODART 30? Was CNN already ready to film the whole thing? They sent out a whole army after Roger Stone and his deaf wife, his disabled wife. They perk walked him on CNN like a terrorist, like they're going to do at Mar-a-Lago, right? Where they planted a crime scene. Like how they staged J6, and they were going to stage a bombing threat with a pipe bomber. Okay. Remember how in the Operation Northwoods they were actually presented an idea to use commercial airliners to basically be shot down, basically drones that were created to make look like just like a commercial airliner, shoot it down and blame Fidel Castro to go back and war, take over Cuba. Remember? That was a real plan. So whoever had that imagination, they heard that the evil ones, right? The evil one, because evil one doesn't have much of an imagination, in my opinion. He basically, the MO of the evil one is basically the falsely accuse others of exactly what they want to do or what they have done, especially when it comes to murder, stealing, coveting, whatever, I don't know, whatever you call it. So, anyways, so again, the pilot series Lone Wolf that was put out there as a television series that you could watch in April or the latest in March of 2001. So 9 minus 3, that's 6. 6 months before, right? 6 months before 9/11 or 7 months before 9/11, they are already showing how they're going to take out the trade towers with a commercial airliner. We were actually doing uh sim over live training to stop hijackers from, I think, the same situation. There was sim over live training going on at the same time when the planes hit the tower, and a lot of the alert birds were diverted. I was talking about I used to help part of the team that um, basically ordered the alert birds to basically take off. And that happens in hijack situations. They were not there. There was a lot of confusion because we were running an exercise, a sim over live exercise. I know the guy that was in the Cheyenne Mountain. He was my supervisor. He was in the ADOR. Last name Glover. That's as far as I'll go with that. He talked about the fog of war, which I didn't agree with. They should have shut down the. See, the problem is when you got a sim over live, part of that operation, a lot of those operations are live. There's aircraft actually in the air, like, pretending to be like a bear, a Russian bear, or whatever. You know what I mean? So that's like a red flag exercise we used to have. One one team would be the enemy and pretend to be like in using F5s to, like in the movie Top Gun, right? Um, to be Russians, whatever, and they even have Russian patches on their uniform and all kinds of stuff. The aggressor team, they called it, right? And then the other team was the good guys, the white hats. And we would train combat aerial maneuvers with live aircraft for pilot combat simulation exercises. I think they called it red flag, but I can't remember now. I work with those guys that were working in it because they had controllers as well. We were working some of those things, those training operations, but not at Nellis or wherever they were flying that way, Uh, but we're doing that, some of that with NATO training as well. But anyways, so again, uninterrupted autopilot. We already had, but before April or March of 2001, before that series, the pilot series of the Lone Wolf, about them using uninterrupted autopilot, right? Technology. So what happened in that movie? I don't want to ruin the end of it. I don't want to be a spoiler, okay? I don't want to be a spoiler. Really go out there and really listen to it. The people that were on the airplane, they're in communication, okay? That's all I'm going to say. To find the equipment. Foreign foreign object. To find the foreign object, okay? Are you listening to what I'm saying? Finding the foreign object. Remember who oversees the war in Iran? Who oversees on our part the war of Iran? They know where they're located. We need to investigate every one of these outages with some seriousness and look into possible foul play. I'm not saying there is because there ain't anything proven. All I have to go on is what the Tico Temple Electric company robot told me on the phone, that the cause of the outage was due to a foreign object in our equipment. So foreign object, I won't go into the ET stuff and all that. Foreign object. What is the meaning of Auslander? Aus. Out. Lander, right? They don't live, they're not citizens, right? They're foreigners. The Auslanders are called, they're foreigners in English. In the Oxford English, if you want to speak Oxford English, okay, Auslanders is a German term for foreigners. A lot of times, us Auslanders over there working in NORAD assignments, NATO assignments, I should say, are looked down upon. So I lived over there 17 years. I think it was 17 years and 10 months I was stationed overseas over there in that area or close to that area. and working with other NATO members in their countries as well, not just in Germany, Italy, Denmark, and I'll shut up. I won't talk about anymore because this isn't about me. That's the reason why I'm not monetized. It's about us and getting the information out. If you do want to make a donation, you have to do it over on Rumble because they took away my ability. Once I got over 500 subscribers or followers on YouTube, some people that are no longer, I guess, they're taken down. They lost their channels. I lost all those subscribers too. So, and every time I get close to getting 500, I think I got 502 within a few hours or days. They took me down when I started talking about being monetized, they took some of the subscribers down. Some subscribers don't even know that they subscribe to this channel. They don't even know it, that their subscription was taken down, so they don't get any alerts. When they subscribe to this channel without paying for it on YouTube, you don't have to pay for it on Rumble as well. Okay? That's why I'm not monetized. They went out to take away my pursuit of happiness, and it's not like I'm living the life of the rich and famous, for those socialists and communists out there that say, well, you got too much money. You got a truck, man. You got a single wide, you got a double wide trailer. I got a little apartment. It's 90 meters. You should be having all that space. You should be using that air condition. So you need the grid. You need the grid for certain strategic points in the United States of America, to include Florida. If they're out there probing to take down the grid with direct energy weapons or whatever. Now, I want to bring this up real quick because people go, oh man, you're out of your mind. Well, whatever. You don't believe what I have to say? Guess what? Elon Musk exposed, or somebody else probably leaked it. There's I think there's over 2,000 Starlink satellites, or 200 Starlink satellites that they took down in orbit. You know how they took them down? Now think about satellites. 2,700-pound satellites that are part of Starlink. Foreign adversaries might have taken down some of those, and they were a danger from re-entering the atmosphere and basically causing injury, and damage to American people. You know what I mean? So they have the technology to literally melt a 2,700-pound satellite, probably even more, to literally melt over 200 of those satellites. I think it's more. I think it was over 1,000 or 600, something like that. So if I got that news. Somebody sent it to me. I got the news, one of the channels, I guess, that puts out the truth. Maybe they're leaking something. They want RH to talk about it. But if you got a clearance and you're leaking technology that you've been read into, classified stuff, you better not. Don't send it to me because I'm not going to share it. And I probably, since I've been retired for over 24 years, going on 25 years from the United States Air Force, I may not know what's already out in the public domain. I may not know what's declassified or still classified now. I'm sure I don't know. I'm positive. I'm 100% positive I don't know everything that's new technology that I'm not aware of that is either released and declassified in the public domain or it hasn't been released to the public domain. There's many things I don't know. But believe me, we got some technology. They better think twice. And we've been holding back. Think about the technology we used in Venezuela, how quick that took us. Remember, we basically went into, I guess, the capital of Venezuela or one of those cities nearby, went in his compound. The guy had a huge safe room with a huge safe that would have had to been blown. They already had the ability to do that as well. The technology to blow through that safe or that room, that safe room. You've seen the doors of these. Have you seen the doors of Cheyenne Mountain, for example? That granite mountain? That's all public domain, by the way. There's a lot of stuff I wouldn't have talked about it as far as that's concerned. But think about it. The technology and probing. I call these probes, these minor, what people call minor attacks on our grid. I call them probing. They're probing. And some of them have that energy too because the traders sold adversarial countries our technology. For example, the AWACS plane. The AWACS plane. If you look at China's new AWACS plane, it looks identical to our own. It's got that radar dome on top of the aircraft is 7, whatever it is. I don't think it's 740. I think it's a 7. It's either 757 or whatever. I could be wrong. It could be bigger. So I have to go back and research that. I did know that information before. But if you look at China's um, version of AWACS, it looks identical to ours. And just because you might modify the aircraft a little bit away with the wings and, whatever, you know, the form of it just a little bit, doesn't mean they didn't have that technology. They acquired that technology either through spying, espionage, whatever, you know, industrial espionage, military espionage. And it doesn't mean that there isn't anybody inside with the inside source that they're getting this information from. They can probably just fax them or email them the schematics of these stuff, which is highly classified, and they got an email address, and they use the military encryption devices and send it to foreign adversaries, and they have the decryption device to basically decrypt it, you know? So send it classified to try to keep it undercover, whatever, under the rug. So anyways, now, so I talked about the pilot series, the Lone Wolf pilot series, where they're going to use, we already have that technology. Believe me, I knew a guy that worked in the, and all that's declassified now. Look at the suicide drones. There's literally planes out there basically already that has the GPS guidance systems to fly into these targets and hit them and take them out. Look what they did at those refineries, Russian refineries. Those were all running on the we call it laser guided systems or whatever, or even satellite guided systems, possibly. I don't know. So, anyways, Russia has that as well. They get their drones from Iran. Go figure, right? Pretty sure they developed their own. And who provided Iran with the technology, advanced technology of the drones? Oh, that's for self-defense, all right. Iran has a right to defend themselves, right? Even with ballistic missiles to basically give them basically that's what they did when Obama unlocked over $300 billion. I think it was $350 billion to the IRGC and to the Islamic Republic of Iran. $300 billion. That's what partially funded the Houthis, it funded Hamas, it funded Hezbollah. Is there any of them I'm failing to mention? You can write it in the chat. So, no, I'm not trying to cause a riot. So anybody thinking that you're wrong. You're very wrong. Well, RH, if we release that information, it could start a civil war. Well, if you don't release the information, how are the people ever going to know? How are the people going to protect themselves? Like the information of a foreign object in our equipment that caused a partial grid in the United States to shut down. It was shut down. Either that foreign object shut down the grid or whatever. Oh man, I got to do something really, really quick. Stand by. Okay, so, all right. Now the Independence Day, I got to be really, 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 really quick. Hold on a second. I might have to make some maneuvering here and move my location. I don't have to move my location. I can do a stand-up briefing. I can improvise. Okay. I'm gonna have to be quick. So why am I bringing up Independence Day again? Remember, it seems like for 9/11 at least, that the Hollywood had some insight because the Simpsons, they talked about 9/11 before 9/11 occurred. I'm talking about September 11th, 2001. The pilot series, whoever ran that, Lone Wolf, about uninterrupted autopilot. So when the hijackers take over the airplane, they didn't even know they're just going to hijack and go fly someplace and get some money, whatever. No, once they tried to maybe stop the plane from flying into those towers, they couldn't because the uninterrupted autopilot was initiated. So that object in that cockpit somewhere, that foreign object, they didn't know it was there. They knew what to do with the transponder to stop them from basically signaling 7500, which means hijacked, and it helps us better track over America. All those planes over America that were flying before. What do you call that? I forgot what they call it. Where they take down the code name or whatever the name. I'm not going to even go to that. I don't have enough time for that for the power that's left here. But anyways, okay. So Independence Day. When you're watching Independence Day, and that we call it the guy that was on I think it was Jurassic Park. I forgot his name. Guy with black hair or whatever. He played in the movie Independence Day, and he basically discovered a secret transmission going between the satellites. Okay, and they were using our satellites to basically project the time the time clock when they were basically going to use their direct energy weapons on the Capitol of Washington, D.C., of the White House. Remember when they're trying to evacuate, they evacuate the commander in chief on the Air Force One or whatever, that airborne warning and alert control plane, whatever they call it, doomsday plane, whatever plane, or the Air Force One. They got him on Air Force One, and he's able to take off and just beat the flames and everything, the explosion of the direct energy that hit. Okay, now why would the director? Let me just ask this question real quick. Hold on. I gave you all the director's name. I can't remember. Roland or something like that. I can't remember the last name. Hold on a second. Okay, I'm back. What in the world does Independence Day have to do with 9/11? Okay, I'm going to tell people what it has to do with 9/11. Maybe he had an insight. Okay, the director of the movie Independence Day name is Roland Emmerich. Okay, he's part of that rainbow flag type community. That's all I'll go with that. I'm not accusing the guy of doing anything wrong. Okay, there's some things that some of us believe in that others don't believe in. So okay, so leave it at that. But great movies. Some of the best movies I've ever watched. He's the director of Stargate. Stargate, you know, Stargate going to other dimensions, that kind of thing, right? So when you go through that Stargate, you're you're going into another dimension, right? Interdimensional travel. Um, let's see. So that's that date and timestamp or that clock. That clock there is a screenshot where in the movie of Mr. Emmerich's movie, Independence Day, he paused. Why did they pause the time 9/11? Okay, 9/11 isn't the time that they used to direct energy to take down the Capitol. That's where they paused it. At the end of that countdown is when they were going to fire off from the motherships, whatever, the direct energy over Washington, D.C. and destroy Washington, D.C. Okay, use your minds and look at what happened on 9/11. Look at how those towers came down. According to Dr. Judy Wood, she's a doctor of material science. She has her doctorate, very, 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 very highly educated. You have to go look up 9/11 dustification. 9/11 dustification. Those steel beams literally turned to dust. And I saw that on video, on her video presentations. There's no, there's no, there's no doubt, absolutely no doubt in my mind. These steel beams turned to dust. And you know, where did all that material go? Like 111 stories, right? Where did it all go? Where did all that material go? It turned into dust. Explosive demolitions does not have the ability to turn steel beams. Those towers were built to withstand a direct hit from a commercial airliner. Steel beams don't melt and turn to dust or turn to dust. No, they don't. I don't care what anybody says. I don't care what they tell you or me. They don't. Building 7 didn't come down. A 47-story, multi-story building, Trade Tower 7, Building 7, did not come down because debris hit it from the commercial airliners hitting the towers. And no, it didn't. Building 7 came down with explosive demolitions. It came down right in its own footprint. This North Tower and the South Tower both came down in its own footprint. And the steel beams were dustified, turned to dust. How long was that place on fire for? It's not natural. What was the fuel to the fire? The diesel, or what do you call it? Commercial aircraft fuel does not burn hot enough for steel beams to, first of all, melt or be contorted like that, right? And those buildings were built to withstand a direct hit from a commercial airliner. You go back to 1945 when that U.S. Army Air Corps bomber hit the Empire State Building. Go back and look at that. It didn't take down the Empire State Building. Yeah, it caused damage for the people that were in those offices in that building at that level. But it didn't. I think the Empire State Building wasn't even made of steel beams. I think it was an all concrete building, and even that building didn't go down. Okay, there's a building, a multi-story building in New York. I got to go back and research a little bit more. They're saying that they're thinking it's unstable and it's about to basically tip over or whatever. So I'm going to be checking that out too as well. So why did Mr. Emmerich basically pause that time clock at 9/11, right? You know, when that's 9 minutes 11 seconds before the Capitol building was hit. Let's just say, okay, use the trade towers back in the day. Before the trade towers were hit with a directed energy. You can see the directed energy, how the producers and the editors, those that made that energy come out of that mothership over DC, how they showed that. That's exactly the way directed energy is used. It spools up, right? Like a plasma weapon. And there's nothing else out there that I know of in this world that has the ability to turn steel, solid steel, into dust. And somebody else knows that there is a technology out there that's in the public domain. Hey, please let me know. All right. Now I know there's going to be probably a lot of people that are going to be angry with the RH. Hey, September 11th, if somebody said anything different about how those towers came down, or after September 11th, after those towers collapsed, and they used any other theory, I'll probably be very, very angry. But I would have still kept my composure and it wouldn't have got into something physical or illegal. Because guess what? I would have lost everything. Everything. So I got to pull it together. Why did they pause in that movie Independence Day, the time 9/11? Why did the Q clock in the Pentagon stop at 9/11 right when President Trump, when it didn't stop at 9/11, right when President Clinton, said the American people have to be ready as well, meaning going back to war with Saddam Hussein based on weapons of mass destruction? Why was there February 17th and then the one about 4 or 5 spaces on top of the screen of that Q clock? Why was there a 1 there? Why did when President Clinton started saying, I know the men and women in uniform, when called upon, are ready, the American people have to be ready as well? Why the last digits showed 9/11 when he started to say the American people have to be ready as well? He was telling us that 9/11, at least, or somebody was telegraphing to us or giving us breadcrumbs that they were going to be ready, the American people were going to be ready, and it would be 9/11, September 11th. It would be the trade towers, the symbol of capitalism, the enemy of socialist and communist, and other enemies as well that hate our country. And remember, all of these are just coincidences, right? All of these are just coincidences. That's what they want you to think. Melinda Ritchie. I remember a person, I think I served with a Melinda Ritchie before. Can't remember. But anyways, welcome. If you're still here, welcome. Wow, that'd be great. I got a lot of people out there that they're still out there ticking that I served with them in the Air Force. Okay. What about the Back to the Future 9/11? Well, there's so many other signs out there from Hollywood, right? Do we all believe it's just all this was all just a coincidence? Okay, if you want to watch the movie Independence Day, great movie. Uh, Mr. Emmerich did a great job. Okay. Also on Stargate, I recommend that to everyone. Stargate and Independence Day, and the other Independence Day, Resurgence. Okay. Resurgence is whenever Will Smith or whatever they got into that. Will Smith went in that craft. He was the pilot, and the guy with black hair, he played in Jurassic Park. When they got into that mothership, right, the tractor beam took him in and brought him into that mothership. Listen to what they said. When you just try to remember in the back of your head, remember what they said. It looks like a million aliens down there, and they figured out what it was. That was the invasion force. They said that could be millions of aliens about to set foot, boots on the ground, or tentacles on the ground, or whatever they got, feet, whatever. How we call that? Extremities. Those are definitely extreme. But yeah. Is all this just coincidence? We experienced the invasion, the insurgency for 4 years. and Trump stopped it. So what's the resurgence going to be? They're going to come back. That's exactly what they're trying to do. Isn't that kind of amazing how this all kind of starts to fall in place? And using just one movie, the movie Independence Day, of all movies, Independence Day, and losing the grid, part of the grid in Tampa. Now, I don't think that foreign object had anything to do with direct energy, but maybe it was a pipe bomb. Who knows? Remember, that was Plan B. If Trump was successful in putting 10,000 National Guard troops trained in riot control around the Capitol building, so the breach would not have occurred. So they couldn't falsely accuse President Trump of the insurrection. These people are in trouble. They think they're clear. They're all clear. Somebody's covering them. They got their back. Believe me, when one of those dominoes go, especially if it's a big dominoes, the little dominoes, they'll start to add to some of the big dominoes, and the little dominoes, they're going to come out fury because they're not going to want to be part of no military tribunals. No, I don't want to be part of any type of court hearing especially based on anything. I hate to be a eyewitness of anything that goes on, but I hope I never am. But I'd have to testify, but sometimes to testify, you have to be a protected source, and anybody can put together this information, and a lot of this could be just totally wrong. RH could be wrong on a lot of the stuff I talked about on this live stream. So there's going to be a little while before I do another live stream again. For those that have joined me and are still listening in this late at night, at least on my end, it's 2:09 a.m. Eastern time. Almost lost the battery, my charge here. So I really don't know. I'm a loss for words now. Isn't that something? RH is lost of words now. I can't believe I forgot Miami. The name Miami. I used to love the Miami Dolphins. I still do. I mean, they're a Florida team. Remember Larry Zonka, Jim Kick, Bob Greasy. What's the name? That little speed demon, I call him. I can't remember his name. Short guy that can run like nobody's business. Let's see. Paul Warfield, I think, was a wide receiver for the that's before the Tampa Bay Buccaneers became a professional football team in Tampa, But let's see. Larry Zonka, Jim Kick, Bob Greasy, Mercury Morris. That's the one I was trying to remember. I think he went to the Canadian Football League, if I'm not mistaken. Who else? I mean, there's so many team players in that. Remember, they had the perfect season even though they have more games now in the season, nobody's been able to duplicate when there were still only 13 games a season, but they won every game, all 13 games in the season, and which include, I think, the post games as well, if I'm not mistaken. So anyways, what a milestone. I love football. So anyways, I'm trying to think if there's anything that I haven't talked about that I wanted to talk about, because I like to take a break for a couple days. Man, this has been a marathon. And what's bad, that live stream I did yesterday, whatever, over 2 hours and 10 minutes, about 2 hours was basically gone because the audio was cut at 1 hour and 59 minutes, and it went on till like the end of it to like 4 hours and something of the live stream show. Nobody told me in the chat that my audio was gone, so I didn't get a heads up. For whatever way it got, I lost the audio. I don't know to this day. I could have accidentally hit the mute button, but I don't think so. Because the mute button's in a place where I don't normally, like when I'm changing, for example, the avatar photograph. See here. This is me, basic training. Little ORH. I was still a kid. I don't even think I think I had a few whiskers. I was only 17 years old. I had to get my parents' signature. That's Avatar right now. But anyways, thank you everybody for joining me. And if you have anything really important to say, you might want to put it in the comment section. The comment section save. The chat doesn't save after the live stream is over. So make sure if you have anything to say, even if it's, I don't know, critique me. Give me constructive criticism. I deserve it. But I'm gonna basically cop out and tell you that this is a one-man show. Anybody else out there that can do all the stuff I'm doing is one-man show this good or anywhere close to it, my hat's off to you. I don't have producers. I don't have editors. I don't have a real studio, desktops, laptops, all that kind of stuff to do. It's just me, myself, and I, and this one device I have here and a visual display. One visual display and this little device I have in my hand right now. I can hold in the palm of my hand. All right. So if anybody can think about any other 9/11 prophecies from the Hollywood about having some type of knowledge that 9/11 was going to happen the way it did on September 11, 2001, and I might have missed it, please put it in the comment section. Whether you're over on Rumble, I didn't forget about y'all in Rumble either. Now look at that. We've been going 6 hours and 8 minutes. So people, everybody keep up the good work and keep informed. And if there's anything that I missed, please let me know. Help me out here and help our community out. So, and with that said, in God we trust is our national motto. That's my motto, my personal motto too as well. Everybody else, we can trust them, but we have to verify, right? That what they're doing, they're saying they're doing, or what they're doing is what they're supposed to be doing, right? Okay. So, good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you're from. Good night, and God bless. Thank you.